Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining the KEI Global Forum, Bridging Science and Policy for Environmental Sustainability. This forum is hosted by the Korea Environment Institute with the Ministry of Environment Korea and the United Nations Environment Program as part of the World Environment Day 2025. My name is Bryn Jung, and I'm with the Global Cooperation Team at KEI. It is my privilege to serve as your host for today's forum. Before we begin, I'd like to introduce some key participants joining us today. First of all, we have Dr. Kim Hong-gyun, President of the Korea Environment Institute. President Kim, would you please? Thank you. Next, we are honored to have Ms. Inger Anderson, Executive Director of the United Nations Environment Program. Thank you. Also joining us today is Dr. Kazuhiko Takeuchi, President of the Institute for Global Environmental Strategies. President Takeuchi has also served as the Undersecretary General of the United Nations. Thank you for joining us today. We are also honored to have Professor Naoko Ishii, Special Presidential Envoy for Global Commons at the University of Tokyo. Professor Ishii is also the former CEO of the Global Environmental Facility. Lastly, we are honored to have Mr. Choi Jae-chul, Chairman of the Climate Change Center. Thank you for joining us today. We will now begin the opening ceremony marking the official start of today's forum. I would like to invite KEI President Kim Hong-gyun to the stage to deliver the opening remarks. Please join me in welcoming him with a warm round of applause.
Good morning. Inger Anderson, Executive Director of the UNEP, Takeuchi, President of IGES, Choi Jae-chul, Chairman of the Climate Change Center, distinguished guests and participants joining us online from across the globe. It's my great honor to welcome you to Global Forum hosted by the KEI. On behalf of the KEI, I extend my sincere appreciation to all of you for joining us here in this beautiful city, Jeju Island. The theme of KEI Global Forum, Bridging Science Policy for Environmental Sustainability, captures a core challenge we continue to face. The forum invites us to reflect on how science can serve not only as support, but as a foundation for shaping policy. Ladies and gentlemen, environmental problems are interconnected. They demand responses that are cross-cutting and grounded in science. We are grateful to many distinguished speakers and experts joining us today to help deepen the science policy interface and foster international collaboration. KEI will continue to offer this platform for dialogue and partnership. I hope today's forum brings us together closer to a more sustainable and circular economy future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, President Kim, for your opening remarks. In celebration of today's forum, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, former Secretary General of the United Nations, has shared a video message with us. Let us now hear the message from Mr. Ban.
Dr. Kim Hong-kyun, President of Korea Environment Institute, KEI, Ms. Inger Anderson, Executive Director of UN Environment Program, UNEP, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my sincere pleasure to join you in the opening of the KEI Global Forum and celebrate World Environment Day. This year's World Environment Day is a very meaningful and commemorative, as it marks the 10th anniversary of the adoption of the landmark Paris Climate Change Agreement. KEI has been a front-runner in promoting the implementation of the Paris Climate Change Agreement. In this regard, I take this opportunity to sincerely appreciate the contributions and the leadership of President Kim Hong-kyun of KEI in convening this timely and important meeting. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have recently experienced extreme weather patterns such as heat waves, wildfires, floods, and other natural disasters. The World Meteorological Organization, WMO, has confirmed that the global average temperature in 2024 has risen to 1.55 Celsius degrees above pre-industrial average. This indicates that 2024 was not only the hottest year on record, but also, for the first time, exceeded the 1.5 degrees Celsius target of the Paris Climate Change Agreement. Under this backdrop, I believe that this forum comes at a critical juncture. Particularly, the theme of this forum, Bridging Science and Policy for Environmental Sustainability, is very relevant in providing practical and scientific solutions to the daunting challenges of the climate crisis and ongoing environmental degradation. I'm convinced that the most effective solutions to any kind of problem can be found when science and policy interact and catalyze a synergy. History offers us invaluable lessons about this. In the 1980s, scientific research linked the decline of fish populations in rivers across Scandinavia to sulfur emissions from coal-fired power plants. And the discovery of ozone depletion over Antarctica led to a rapid global response. These experiences remind us of the need to translate scientific knowledge into effective policy and response. Today, however, we face environmental crises that are more complex and interconnected than ever before. Addressing them requires not only sound science and informed policy, but also unprecedented levels of cooperation across borders, disciplines, and sectors. I pay tribute to all the scientists and researchers gathered here today. Your role is essential at this pivotal moment. I urge you to continue your tireless efforts so that your knowledge and insights can guide transformational policies that are effective, inclusive, and forward-looking. I sincerely hope that this meeting strengthens the bonds between science and policy, deepens a shared understanding, and guides us toward a more sustainable and resilient future. Once again, I thank the Korea Environment Institute, KEI, and all its partners for making this important forum possible. I expect that the momentum built here today will drive forward meaningful progress in tackling our environmental challenges and protecting our only planet. Thank you. 감사합니다.
We are sincerely grateful to Mr. Ban Ki-moon for taking the time to send us this congratulatory message. Now it is my great pleasure to invite Ms. Inger Andersen, Executive Director of the United Nations Environment Program, to the stage for the keynote speech. Please join me in welcoming her with a big round of applause.
Thank you and good morning. I'm afraid I disappear a little bit behind this pulpit, but I hope we can see one another nevertheless. Let me start by thanking President Kim Hong-hyun, President of the Korean Environment Institute, for inviting me to speak at this important forum on bridging science and policy for environmental sustainability. Let me also thank everyone present here for engaging in that very bridge and making sure that we build that bridge and that it remains strong and resilient. And therefore, I want to also thank KEI for its strong engagement in the 7th edition of the Global Environmental Outlook report. The KEI has served as a collaborating center of the report, contributed an author, and is currently, of course, hosting the very meeting of the Summary for Policymakers, drafting and the multidisciplinary expert scientific advisory group validation opinion. This is a very critical moment in the journey for the GEO, the Global Environmental Outlook. So you are indeed at KEI a partner to UNEP, one that has shown real commitment, and I hear that the arrangement for the GEO meeting has been impeccable, and so I really want to thank you for all that hard work. Friends, I think we just heard from my former boss, Excellency Ban Ki-moon, that strong and timely and relevant science is, of course, the very foundation for policies and actions and policies on what we refer to as the triple planetary crisis, the crisis of climate change, the crisis of nature loss, land degradation, and all these things that happens to our terrestrial and marine environment, and the crisis of pollution and waste. So producing and amplifying and disseminating such science is at the very heart of what UNEP has been set up to do. We put out about 100 publications every year to build the science base, to make sure that people have the understanding, to underpin the very best of policy decision making. And then we underpin that with projects and programs to build capacities in those respective areas. But we at UNEP, like everyone else, I think, are always trying to see how we can improve. And so on the 50th anniversary of UNEP 3 years ago, member states and us reviewed how to strengthen that science policy interface. Because it's not a straight line. Sometimes it meanders a little bit between the science and the policy. Sometimes it goes the other way because we learn from the policy that can influence how we understand what scientifically lies before us. And so with that strengthened science policy interface, we aim to engage more diverse stakeholders, ensure that the science comes from and speaks to all people with the knowledge and the insight and the numbers and the facts that people will need to take those real policy decisions. We aim for the science to be open, to be forward-looking, and to be solutions-focused science, and that is exactly what this GEO edition is seeking to do. And we aim, of course, to integrate sciences across a variety of disciplines to have that whole of society understanding that brings benefits for the environment, for the people, and as well as for economies and society writ large. That's the approach, as I said, that GEO, and I speak in front of the co-chairs and the authors here, and I want to express my deep thanks. That's the approach that the GEO has taken. And I'm very grateful for that. We've seen over 280 experts from the natural sciences, the social sciences, the political, behavioral sciences, and they have contributed to GEO7, including, of course, indigenous knowledge, which has very much focused on providing for policymakers policies that bring solutions. So friends, as you know, today we are actually celebrating World Environment Day. 53 years ago in Stockholm, at the Stockholm Environment Conference in 1972, the gavel went down on the 5th of June and UNEP was created. That's why we celebrate today. So that is our birthday, and we are 53 years young, and we are helped by the strength of our membership. And I'm deeply grateful to the Republic of Korea for hosting us this year for World Environment Day, or for being a global leader on many environmental issues. It's no coincidence that we, together with our Korean host for World Environment Day 2025, decided that the theme should be on plastic. Because the focus on plastic pollution started, frankly, with science in UNEP, which began to tell us that millions of tons of plastic is leaking into the environment. It began to tell us 10, 15 years ago that plastic was impacting species, impacting ecosystems, impacting economies, which began to tell us recently that microplastics is found in our arteries, in our lungs, in our brains, in the placenta and the breast milk of women. And we know that more science is needed in this space, but we also know that plastic is in places where it does not belong. And so nations have listened to this science, and nations are acting. We have seen nearly 100 countries that have put in place some degree of restrictions, for example, on single-use plastic bags. And we have seen multiple reuse pilots and so on around the world that are building a more circular future. And many nations are truly looking at regulations to incentivize better design to have reusable products and packaging. Now, at UNEA, the 5th UNEA, Resolution 14 of that UNEA in 2022 decided to kickstart negotiations on an internationally legal binding instrument on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment. And the last round of negotiations happened in this beautiful country, in Busan. Now, I will say that I was one of the people at the time of the UNEA decision to push for a deadline. I said, give us 2 years, give us this, because there's nothing that focuses the mind like a deadline. I knew that 2 years was a bit of a stretch. It took us 15 years to get to less than 2 degrees. Let's accept that. At COP 21 years to get to. We tried at COP15, didn't quite get there. And so 21 years to get to less than 2 degrees, and thus the Paris Accord. So setting a strict deadline of 2 years was overly optimistic, but the right thing to do, because in just 2 years we have had the equivalent of 5 COPs, 5 negotiating sessions, and now we're going to have the 6th one. So the minds have been focused. But now is the time. We left Busan with a strong text called the Chair's Text, and that is a text around which we will gather in Geneva, in Switzerland, in August, and that will be the time when we have to nail this, because we do not have 21 years to wait for getting this agreement. We have to stop plastic pollution in its track. This idea that science began to tell us and ring the warning bells about micro and nanoplastics in our oceans. That science began to tell us that plastic never really breaks down, but just goes into ever smaller bits and pieces and becomes microscopic in the end. That science is science policy in action, because that science is what led the world to take that decision at UNEA. But there remains a gap gaps in science. And there is this we need to reduce the time from when the science says this to when the political leaders says, okay, we're doing it. We've seen this over the history of time. In the 1900s, early 1920s, it became very clear that lead was toxic, that it actually hindered brain development. And yet, we continued to put lead in petrol and lead in batteries and lead in pencils that children licked to sharpen them. I did as a kid. And the point then is, it was only in 2021 that the last country exited the last lead from petrol in that country, and we finally got lead out of petrol. It took 100 years. So this issue about shortening the gap between when we know and when we take action is something that we need to do. We can't put that burden on scientists alone. It belongs on organizations like UNEP. It belongs to environmental ministries that get the science. It belongs to media that can amplify the science. That is important. And that is why nations in the UNEA Assembly in March 2022 adopted a decision to say, we have a policy panel that deals with climate change. We have one that deals with biodiversity and land degradation issues, but we need a panel that addresses pollution, waste, and chemicals. And so that conversation is now happening because policies and actions on climate crisis are informed by IPCC, and on nature and biodiversity and land degradation are informed by IPBES. But the aim now is, a week from now, to complete the trio panels and to provide stronger science that backs the framework on chemicals, backs understanding of chemical and waste optimization management, and once passed, we will have that global scientific panel established. So I very much look forward to the third resumed session of the ad hoc open-ended working group, which will take place a week from now in Punta del Este in Uruguay. Please give us courage that we can get this landed and that this new panel will be adopted. Now, I will say that many countries in the global north, quote unquote, already have access to this science, but many do not in the global south, and that is all the more important why we need to bring this science together and make it available to all. Now, friends, the future depends on inclusive, incisive, and insightful science that provides real and actionable solutions to the environmental challenges, whether they are old and known or whether they are new and coming into our vision field. And the future depends on policymakers and businesses and activists and scientists shaping their practices based on what we get to know. And that is why this forum is so important. And that is why we at UNEP are so very proud to work with global think tanks like the KEI, and why we are honored to be here with many of the authors of the Global Environmental Outlook report. Together, we really can strive to ensure that the right science gets to the right people at the right time. And when we do that, we play our part in ending the triple planetary crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson, for your insightful and inspiring keynote speech. We will now conclude the opening ceremony with a group photo session. I'd like to invite the key participants for all 4 sessions to please come up to the stage. We kindly ask everyone else to remain seated. The first session will begin right after the photo is taken. Thank you for your patience. Thank you. This brings our opening ceremony to a close. We will take a brief break while the stage is being set for the first session. So please remain seated. We will now begin the first session of today's forum on advancing circular economy strategies in response to plastic challenges. I'd like to take a moment to introduce the moderator for the first session, Mr. Choi Jae-chul, Chairman of the Climate Change Center. He has also served as the Ambassador for Climate Change, Republic of Korea, and as President of the Bureau International Day Expositions. Please join me in welcoming him with a big round of applause. Now I'll give the floor to Mr. Choi to begin the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to High-Level Policy Dialogue. Its title is Advancing Circular Economy Strategy in Response to Plastic Challenge. This high-level event is organized by the Korea Environment Institute, or KEI. I take this opportunity to express my thanks to all participants for this dialogue. My special thanks go to the former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon and our keynote speaker, Inger Anderson, Executive Director of UNEP, for their valuable insight. My special thanks also go to all the panelists and participants who are from abroad. My name is Jeju Choi, Chairman of Korea Climate Change Center. My center was created in 2008 as a non-profit civil organization, the first Korean NGO fully dedicated to address climate change. My center is focusing on 4 pillars activities: public awareness raising and education, promoting cooperation with the developing countries, policy development and advocacy, and dialogue platform for multi-stakeholders with the government. My center is actually organizing the Civil Society Forum next to our conference. You are most welcome for visit. I am extremely honored to moderate this high-level policy dialogue. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we had a wonderful opening ceremony in celebration of 2025 World Environment Day. We have carefully listened to the message of the opening ceremony. Their message was clear and unanimous. We have to tackle the climate and environmental problems in urgent manner. Since Industrial Revolution in mid-19th century, humanity has continuously spoken, consumption is the greatest virtue in times of mass production. Now the time is for nature to speak. The nature speaks to us. The ocean speaks to us. We want to live in harmony with the humanity. If you pollute us, we will return it to you. Plastics has been labeled as one of the most convenient materials that humanity invented. Plastics and its industry have provided immense benefit to humans as well as to the environment. However, science is now telling us it would be detrimental both to humanity and to the environment if mistreated or mishandled. UN Environmental Assembly, or UNEP, launched negotiations on global treaty to end plastic pollution in March 2022, aiming to conclude an agreement by the end of 2024. In spite of 5 rounds of intergovernmental negotiating committees, or INC, consensus was not reached to adopt an international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment. The 5th INC session in Busan, Korea, produced a strong shared text, which will be served as a basis of future negotiations. The second part of 5th INC session is scheduled to take place in Geneva in August this year. Today's high-level dialogue is designed to facilitate ongoing negotiations by enhancing our understanding about complexity of plastic issues. To this end, the 4 elements contained in the program as a session agenda will be addressed by our 6 renowned panelists with the extensive knowledge and expertise. Let me introduce our panelists by person. From my left, Dr. Shardul Agrawal, Head of Environment and Economic Integration Division, Environment Directorate of the OECD. Please give him big applause. Next to him, actually, sorry, there is some disorder. My dear colleague, the Ms. Dechen Chering, Director of UNEP Regional Office, Asia and Pacific. From my left side, Dr. Holly Kaufman. She is a founder and president of Environment and Enterprise Strategy, also serving as a senior fellow of World Resource Institute. Next to her, Dr. Takeuchi Katsuhiko, president of Institute for Global Environmental Strategy. He served in various positions, such as professor in Tokyo University and Undersecretary General of the United Nations. Dr. Kim Hong-gyun, president of KEI, host of this event. Actually, we have one more panelist, Dr. Christophe Krepin will join us via video presentation. He is a sector leader for environment and climate change in the Social Environment and Rural Development Unit of World Bank for East Asia and Pacific region. For the first round of discussion, I wish to ask some specific questions to each panelist. So each panelist will have 5 to 6 minutes or 7 minutes for presentation, including answers to my question. Of course, first speaker is Ms. Dechen Chering, Director of UNEP Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific. My question is as follows. The UNEP has been leading the way in shaping global plastic agenda, particularly the INC process. From your regional point of view, how do you see circular economy strategy supporting the momentum of global plastic treaty, especially in the Asia-Pacific context? You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Che, and thank you to KEI for inviting me to this global forum. You've already heard from the Executive Director of UNEP, Ms. Inga Anderson, and Ambassador Che has also outlined the processes for a legally binding instrument to end plastic pollution, including in the marine environment. The negotiations for the treaty to combat plastic pollution will be, as Ambassador said, later in August this year. Next week, we have our regional consultations for the Asia-Pacific Regional Group, and we expect heads of delegations to meet in July in Nairobi. We're finding this topic, advancing circular economy strategies in response to plastic challenge, extremely critical. And when we talk about, within the negotiations, you have the High Ambition Coalition, and but you also have other countries that look at what are the kind of institutional structures, technologies, financing that they're going to need in order to respond to addressing the plastic challenges. So one of the aspect of the science policy business interface is extremely important. And we're talking about modeling that can support governments, integrate scientific data, assessments in policymaking. We've started to work with different countries. So in Brazil, we're doing a lot of the ecological, economic modeling of the ecological transformation plan. And we're looking at green transitions. There's also a lot of findings from the life cycle assessment studies. And here it's, how do you have a robust, faster, more efficient achievement of the internationally agreed goals? The process towards a legally binding instrument has been really inclusive. We've tried to make sure that we have the voices of science, we have civil society, we have businesses, because I think the process of a legally binding instrument and then we take another 30 years to agree on the rule book, I don't think we have that time. And so many countries are looking to solutions. They're looking in sectors to material flow analysis, tracking production use, waste of products, material, pollution monitoring, looking at identifying hotspots, leakage pathways, and a lot of business models. And when we were starting, we talked about the 3 R's, and now I believe it's the 9 R's. Reduce by design, refuse, reduce, reuse, repair, refurbish, remanufacture, repurpose, recycle. So the circular economy becomes extremely innovative economic and business model. It helps us optimize the value chain, and we don't have the resources for the make, take, throw away model. So we're very much focused. The upcoming UN Environment Assembly starts to look at solutions, but it's going to need all of us. It just can't be negotiators with an instrument that we take 30 years to put into implementation. I thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Director. Actually, it's very interesting to hear from you the 9 elements from reduce, reuse, up to the recycle. Also, we think definitely we need the, in a sense, horizontal approach in dealing with the plastic issues. Let me go on. Our next speaker is Dr. Shardul Agrawala, Head of the Environment and Economic Integration Division of OECD Environment Directorate. My question is as follows. The OECD has been at the forefront of analyzing economic and policy instruments for circular economy transitions. What are some of the most effective regulatory or fiscal tools for accelerating circularity in plastics without compromising competitiveness or inclusiveness? You have the floor.
Good morning, and thank you very much, Ambassador Choi. And let me start by thanking the organizers, KEI, for inviting us, and to the city of, to Jeju and Korea for your excellent hospitality. Now, before we talk about, what kind of policy instruments would accelerate the path to circularity, we should take a look at where we want to go and where we are currently. I mean, the objective, in the context of the plastics treaty negotiations is to end plastic pollution. Now, plastic pollution can have many dimensions, but even the most modest objective would be to end leakage of plastics to the environment. Now, the OECD Global Plastics Outlook shows that, not only do we have very significant leakage in the environment, the circularity of plastics currently is only 7% at a global level. So we clearly have a long way to go. We also took stock of where the policies are right now to promote circularity in different parts of the world. We looked at all 38 OECD countries, and we looked at 12 key emerging and developing countries. And what we found was that only 13 countries of the 50 we looked at, and these 13 countries were representing only 4% of the population of the 50 countries we looked at, had national incentives to sort plastics at source. Only half of the countries had incentives to facilitate recycling. A lot more countries had bans and other restrictions on single-use plastics, but many of the countries had significant enforcement challenges. Another thing to note about bans of single-use plastics is that they are addressing a very small share of the plastics waste stream. And bans can help stop littering, but they do nothing to stop production and consumption of plastics. So taking stock of where we are, we clearly have a a long way to go to move towards circularity and end plastics leakage. How do we get there? There is no silver bullet, and we need a whole suite of both fiscal and regulatory instruments throughout the plastics life cycle. So let me just break it into 4 levels. First, we need incentives to curb primary plastics demand. A good starting point would be to note that 96% of the plastics we use are coming from fossil-based polymers. And right now, many countries have significant subsidies for fossil fuel production and use, including for plastics. So a natural starting point would be first to end environmentally harmful fossil fuel subsidies. Then we need to look at taxes. So these taxes could be at the polymer level, they could be at the product level, and so on. And many such instruments are under discussion right now. But on the other side, we can also have fiscal instruments like grants and subsidies to incentivize establishment of recycling infrastructure and to promote the use of products containing recycled content. A second pillar towards the solution is to support the plastic design for circularity. So here we can have economic instruments like reduced value-added tasks for circular products. But there's also a critical role to be played by standards for sustainable plastics or sustainable products containing plastics. We also can use extended producer responsibility schemes. Now, one thing to note about extended producer responsibility schemes is that historically, they have played a phenomenal role in boosting recycling. Where they've been less effective is providing upstream incentives for sustainable product design. This can be done, but it requires modulation of the fee of extended producer responsibility schemes. So that's one key feature that needs to be taken into consideration as we advance the discussion of EPR schemes. The third pillar is to establish incentives for recycling. And here, as I mentioned earlier, EPR systems have a key role to play, but also things like government public procurement for products containing recycled plastics or deposit refund schemes can play an important role. And finally, we need to look seriously at the end of the pipe. We need to close leakage pathways. And this is where establishing, maintaining, and financing suitable infrastructure for sorting, for recycling, and reducing and ultimately eliminating mismanaged plastic waste. That's a key priority. And this is one area where the financial challenges are particularly acute for many developing and emerging economies. I mean, there's clearly a role for international finance, but we also need sustainable finance mechanisms domestically. And again, EPR systems, one of their promises is that they can generate a significant share of the revenue streams to establish and maintain such systems. But we also need other mechanisms, such as pay-as-you-throw systems, for example, and so on. So that's a brief overview of the entire suite of both fiscal and regulatory tools we need to promote circularity. Now, let me come to the second part of your question, Ambassador Choi, which is, how do we ensure that we don't have adverse competitiveness and distributional effects? Now, for competitiveness effects, one key instrument could be to have clarity in the policies, to have advanced announcement of the policies, and have phased-in implementation. The key is to avoid sudden shocks, which might make it very difficult for private sectors to adapt rapidly. So pre-announcement, a clear roadmap, and phased implementation can go a long way. We also need to make sure that they're no incentivized to do triage across jurisdiction and have plastic leakage. Harmonization of definitions, harmonization of standards is quite critical. And ideally, different countries should have policies at similar levels of stringency, so we don't have the equivalent of a pollution haven hypothesis where actors might be seeking jurisdictions with lax standards. We also need to reduce the cost of alternatives that are more sustainable, and here incentives for innovation and R&D are quite important. And finally, we need targeted support for small and medium enterprises which face particular burdens and have much limited capacity to conform with new regulations. So training, simplification of regulations, and so on are quite important. Now, the issue of distributional consequences is somewhat different. So, we may need to have targeted subsidies, for example, for low-income households, where the purchase of essential goods may be impacted, for example, through the imposition of plastic taxes. So this is one key element. And if you look at labor markets, the informal sector is absolutely key in many developing countries. It's a key part of current collection and sorting systems. And as we set up formal mechanisms like extended producer responsibility schemes, we need to find ways to meaningfully incorporate the informal sector into such schemes. So they could be service providers, for example, which are recognized and provide social protections for them. So Vietnam, for example, is working in that direction as they're setting up their EPR system. So those are just a few thoughts, both in terms of the instruments and in terms of competitiveness and distributional implications. Hand it back to you, Ambassador Choi.
Thank you, Dr. Agrawala. Actually, the work of OECD has been serving as a useful input in the negotiations, not only for plastic issues, but also other issues. This time, I think the forever approach is very interesting. I hope you will organize some side event during the INC period, so lots of the participants will get some insight from your presentation. Our next speaker is from World Bank. He will make a virtual presentation. Dr. Christophe Crepin, he is a sector leader of Social, Environmental, and Rural Development Unit, East Asia and Pacific region of the World Bank. The given question is as follows. The World Bank has increased its focus on plastic pollution through development financing. How can multilateral financing institutions like the bank help scale circular economy investment for plastics, particularly in developing economies, while also contributing to broader climate and development goals? You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador Choi, and good morning, everyone. Very sorry to not be able to be with you physically today on Environment Day, and hope the connection is good. Thanks for bringing me on this panel, and with that, allowing the perspective and the lens, of an MDB, multilateral development bank on the issue of plastic, and importantly on the solution to the plastic challenge. Clearly, a lot has been done in the past 5-10 years. There's been a lot of leadership from the Korea side, a number of countries in the region in particular, but it's also clear that a lot more needs to be done. On our side, and an MDB that has livable planet, fostering a livable planet is in the core of its mission statement. We have spent quite a bit of effort over the past years and are still very committed to work on plastic. And basically, we have entry points around 3 pillars. And across the 3 pillars, science and policy are key. One is in terms of what I would call the convening elements, right? Bringing pieces together. The second is on knowledge and gaps and policy gaps and capacity gaps, and the third is bringing investment in support of the implementation of all of this. In terms of the convening elements, that's clearly an important transboundary issue here, dimension to the agenda, and so we've been working on with countries in Asia in particular, but not only. I'm going to talk a little bit about the work with the ASEAN, but we're also involved with SACEP in South Asia. We have an important global engagement as well, using our ProBlue program and other instrument, right? So bringing countries together is important. That's what we do through the Southeast Asia Regional Program on plastic, building on the Bangkok Declaration of 2019 on plastic and other resolutions that came later. Basically focusing on harmonizing solutions, right? On basically working on EPR, it was mentioned by our OECD colleagues, working on standards and getting all that a bit harmonized across countries. It's also about knowledge and partnership, basically having some space for to discuss plastic solution. And it's about bringing resources, grant resources in particular here, for grant making facilities at the regional level to support innovation. We also work on convergence of sectors, right? And within countries with our engagement across the broad development agenda in different countries, one of the focus that we bring is also that dialogue and convergence that is needed to address the plastic challenge between the sector ministries, and we look at fisheries, and we look at waste, and we look at agriculture, and we look at industries and all of that. So one important factor of convergence, right? The second element on which we are bringing our attention is the knowledge gaps I mentioned earlier, and this is where policy and science is key. We've been working on the prioritization process, being a bit more selective in the effort that we bring on plastic, looking at pollution hotspot, bringing policies and bringing science in and innovation in terms of defining the hotspot and putting our focus there, and that has guided us in the selection of countries and investment that we make, because we can't be everywhere. I'm working a lot on plastic policy. Some echo very well what our colleagues from OECD and UNEP have been mentioning in terms of the economics, different instruments and fees and taxes and subsidies. As you said, there's a number of initiatives ongoing, and we bringing our economists and our sector dialogue and our country dialogue in support of all of that, but also the regulation, right? The bans, the restriction, the different standards and design and all of that. Pushing quite a bit on voluntary approaches, in the absence sometime of the broader regulatory environment. And for that, we use three instruments and entry point. One is our advisory service, basically the analytics and technical assistance. Two, the policy lending, and we use, for example, in the Philippines, we have used our policy lending to support the reform and adoption of policies, in particular on EPR, and then our investment financing as well. And the combination of the three instruments that support our action in terms of filling knowledge gaps and policy and science. It's also quite a bit of work on market studies, and we get to that point of discussion that came up earlier in terms of incentivizing cycling and related private sector engagement. That is an important part of the circular economy agenda. And then the third pillar is our investment lending instrument, and that has included an important focus on waste management. We have a number of waste programs, for example, in China. We have a waste engagement program in Indonesia. We have in India. We have in the Maldives, a number of hotspot countries and sensitive ecosystem that are impacted by the plastic pollution are where we are doing a prioritization of this type of investment. But as I mentioned earlier, we're also using our engagement through regional platform like ASEAN and SECEP to make available regional grant program with a focus on innovation. And then we'll conclude by saying that we also are pushing the engagement, the commitment in the World Bank Group across the different part of the institution. We have, for example, our colleagues from the IFC, the private sector arm of the World Bank, was provided lending and support to industries like the blue financing to Indorama Venture in Indonesia, focusing on supporting recycling and new investment in relation to addressing the plastic challenge. We are also working and with our Treasury. Treasury as a World Bank has been involved in a number of environment linked bond, and we have one on plastic waste reduction with for now a focus on Indonesia and Ghana, but the objective here is also to use that part of the private sector market and part of the financial innovation in support of the plastics challenge. So Ambassador Choi, colleagues, those are the different type of entry points that we use. This is the commitment that we have made, and we will continue to invest along those lines. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Krepe, for your very impressive presentation. I think all of us are very pleased to hear from you about a variety of activities undertaken by the World Bank. Thank you very much. And our next speaker is Dr. Holly Kaufman, Director of Plastics and Climate Project and President of Environment and Enterprise Strategies. Dr. Kaufman, your work spotlights the climate impacts of plastics. In your view, how can we better reflect the full climate footprint of plastic across production, consumption, and disposal into national climate action plans and international circular economy strategies? You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you very much for that introduction and for inviting the Plastics and Climate Project to be part of this very important meeting. Your question about whether it's important to include climate impacts in national climate action plans and circularity strategies is a very important one. And the short answer is yes. But of course, we need to break that down a little bit. So it's important to know that the climate impacts of plastics would continue and would continue to increase even if all plastic production, use, and waste stopped today. Currently, plastics account for about 4% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Or put another way, if the plastics sector were a country, it would be about the 5th largest emitter. But that is only looking at greenhouse gases, and that is not even looking at all of the greenhouse gases associated with plastics. As far as greenhouse gases, we have data about the beginning of the life cycle at fossil fuel extraction and primary production. And we have data about certain forms of waste management, like incineration. But the entire life cycle of plastics, which is a life cycle that never ends because plastic essentially never goes away, the entire life cycle creates climate pollution. In fact, it's very important to distinguish when talking about plastics between pollution and waste. Waste is what we think of as plastic that has been discarded or something that we see at the end of the life cycle. But pollution happens throughout the entire life cycle, including even while plastics are in use, right? We're all sitting on plastic, we're all breathing plastic, we're consuming plastic. Plastics are constantly releasing micro and nanoplastics, and they are constantly releasing chemicals, over 16,000 chemicals in plastics, most of which we have no scientific data on, and certainly not about those plastics in combination. So plastics are creating human health, ecosystem health, and climate impacts for their entire life cycle. So as I mentioned, we don't even have all of the greenhouse gas emissions data, but there are also two other very important categories of climate impacts. Plastics are impacting carbon sinks, which we desperately need. Plastics are impacting the ocean's ability to absorb carbon, likewise in blue carbon ecosystems, in soils, and in plants. We're actually even consuming plastics because plants are taking up plastics from the soil. So as I said, plastics last forever, and therefore these impacts last forever. Currently, there are only about 14 countries that have data at the national level on their plastic sector emissions. So when you asked about whether we need to incorporate climate impacts of plastics into national climate action plans, yes, definitely. The information we already have is incomplete, but we need to at least allow for all of these greater impacts of plastics in all three categories. So this is where the science and policy interface comes in. So how do we do that if we don't yet have the data? We need to at least make some assumptions to allow for these greater impacts. We know that we are undercounting the climate impacts of plastics. We know that 4% of greenhouse gas emissions is much lower, and that the carbon budget that plastics are using is much higher than we are assuming. So if we think about when scientists were discovering elements and creating the periodic table, they knew that they would discover more elements. So they purposely left blank squares. And that's the kind of thing we need to do then in our national climate action plans, as well as in our nationally determined contributions in the NDCs under the Paris Agreement, because the climate impacts need to be reported there as well, and they currently are not. We need to incorporate the climate impacts of plastics in all of our climate models, which we currently do not, in our IPCC emissions scenarios, and in any place where we are doing carbon accounting. As far as circularity, plastics are already circular, but in the worst possible way. As I said, plastics are constantly shedding micro and nanoplastics, fibers, all kinds of small particles, and they continue to break down into smaller and smaller bits that never go away. And therefore, we will never be able to have a closed loop with plastics. We can never contain all of the molecules, and they come back to us in the worst ways. We are consuming them, we are breathing them, we are absorbing those chemicals through our skin. In fact, I do want to mention some of the health impacts of plastics here, because those are also quite egregious. And every day we are getting new papers on the health impacts of plastics. One of the most that tends to get the most attention is there is very well-established science that since the large introduction of plastics into the marketplace in the 1950s after World War II, that plastics are causing the male organ to get smaller from one generation to the next, and they are decreasing sperm count and sperm quality, in addition to quite a number of other problems like higher risks of cancer and all kinds of hormonal disruptions. So it is really important that we try to eliminate plastics wherever we can, and though reuse and refill is very important, we need to also try to not consume things that are in plastics, not just because of the climate impacts, but also because of the health impacts. So, as I was saying, plastics last forever. We can never contain all the molecules. So true circularity, true closed loop systems for plastics are actually not possible. The The concepts of circularity can be helpful, but we have to understand that circularity for plastics is somewhat of a myth. So recycling, for example, if you think of what the recycling process is, recycling is washing, grinding, shredding, and repelletizing. This creates an enormous amount of microplastics that get into air and water. Some of it can be captured with filters, but not all of it. Those microplastics, when they get out into the air and the water, are causing some of these climate impacts. They're also causing the health impacts. And plastics, for the ones that can be recycled, because plastics were never designed to be recycled, can only be recycled 3 to 4 times. So recycling is actually another form of plastic production. Similarly with upcycling, we're seeing now lots of shoes made out of retrieved fishing nets and the like. All of that is just delaying the time until that plastic becomes waste again. So what do we need to do to actually help solve the plastic problem, the plastic pollution problem through the entire life cycle that lasts forever, not just the waste problem? We need to, as one of the speakers said, stop producing so much plastic, and that would certainly involve reducing or eliminating the subsidies to fossil fuels, because 99% of the plastics currently on the market are fossil fuel derived. I will mention with various forms of bioplastics, we need a lot of studies about bioplastics because we have not looked fully at the climate or health impacts of bioplastics, and most of those have at least as many and the same types of climate impacts as fossil fuel derived plastics. So we need to stop making, using, and wasting as much plastic. We need to eliminate unnecessary plastics. We need to match the lifetime of plastics with the use. So we don't want to have the wrapper around chopsticks or a chocolate bar that we use for just a moment and then have that waste product and all of the plastics, microplastics and chemicals that then are released from that last forever and cause all these health, climate, and ecosystem problems. But we do want things like airplane parts to last for a very long time and be sturdy and durable. So for the time being, as we are working on eliminating the unnecessary plastics and developing alternatives to plastics where they are useful, we should match plastics use with the lifetime of what we want that use for. And with that, I will look forward to the following question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Dr. Kaufman. Really, it's very impressive and interesting statement. Actually, I also strongly believe that life cycle and data-based approach is the key in addressing the plastic issues as well as the nexus of climate and plastics. You said eliminate unnecessary plastics. That is exactly the theme of a civil society forum organized by my Climate Change Center next to our conference room. I think your visit is the most welcome. Now is the time to invite Dr. Takeuchi Katsuhiko, President of the Institute of Global Environmental Strategy, or EGES. EGES has contributed extensively to regional policy dialogue on sustainability. What lessons from Asia policy landscape can inform the integration of circular economy principles into national plastic strategy and contribute meaningfully to the success of the global plastic treaty? Mr. President, you have the floor.
Thank you, KEI, for inviting me to this important meeting today. And I also thank Chairman Choi for giving me this opportunity to share with you the several activities of IGES related with the plastic challenges. IGES has more than 25 years of experience in managing policy research and field projects on waste management and circular economy, particularly in Asia, together with international organizations, development agencies, and research institutions. For example, our center collaborating with UNEP, in short, CCET, has provided assistance to countries in Southeast and South Asia in developing national action plans on waste management and plastic pollution. On marine plastics, we serve as a partner to the Regional Knowledge Center on Marine Plastic Litter of the Economic Research Institute for Asian and East Asia, in short, area, and as well as supporting ASEAN +3, including China, Korea, and Japan, to enhance each country's policy-relevant knowledge. One such example for this can be seen in our demonstration project on behavioral changes to reduce plastic consumption. In addition, we also produce diverse publications, including the G20 report on actions against marine plastic litter and policy analysis on the upcoming plastic treaty, which discusses how an effective treaty may be developed through the ink process. These can be found on our special website on plastics. Now let me respond to your very important and interesting question. IGES has been promoting an integrated approach in the Asia Pacific, especially in the ASEAN +3 region, to create a decarbonized and circular economy in harmony with nature. From the viewpoint of resource circulation, we emphasize the importance of integrating upstream and downstream in material cycling, promoting circular product design and creating business model play key roles in the transition from linear economy to circular economy. This is something that can also be applied to plastics. Equally important are national action plans. In the ASEAN +3 region, countries are developing regional and national action plans. The next stage is implementation of these plans. The region has been among the first globally face emerging challenges, including plastic pollution. I believe that innovative solutions and experience of developing and implementing action plans in the region can also make meaningful contribution to other regions when it comes to the successful implementation of the Global Plastic Treaty. Two other issues also are very important in Asia. First is investment in proper waste management and recycling. And the second is strengthening institutions that support this. Then, of course, legal systems and policies also need to focus on consumption and production upstream. There are several important policy questions in this regard. First, how can we encourage circular product design, services, and business models? And secondly, how can we promote behavior change among producers and consumers? It is also important to foster an environment that promotes collaboration among various stakeholders engaged with plastics across the value chain, from producers and consumers to circularity businesses, as well as the local governments. There needs to be co-implementation of a social experiment project at the city level to mainstream sustainable businesses and services. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, President Katsuhiko. Well, really, I echo the importance concept, three concepts: integration, circularity, sharing experience. Really, EGS is a leading institute in this area for Asia and Pacific. I hope you continue to work in this area. Last but not least, the speaker of the first round of discussion is Dr. Kim Hong-gyun, President of KEI. President Kim, Korea has been actively advancing its domestic circular economy agenda through regulatory reforms, extended producer responsibility, and waste-to-resource strategies. From KEI's perspective, what are the key policy lessons or priorities that Korea is focusing on in order to strengthen its national circular economy transition, particularly in addressing plastic pollution? President Kim will make intervention in Korean language, so please put on your translators.
우리나라는
So
법과 관련해서는 거의 최고의 수준이다.
Korea, I think, has the strongest legislation, in particular when it comes to the circular economy that we're talking about, and also resource circulation.
22년도에 순환경제사회
In 2022, we enacted the law on the circular economy,
EPR
and we have the EPR that was introduced, and life cycle perspectives. And so you can see that the laws that we have in Korea are quite strong. In particular, in regard to plastics, currently there are some bills that are pending in the National Assembly, and perhaps you're aware that yesterday a new government was launched, and the new government is prioritizing tackling the plastic issue according to the campaign pledge. And so I believe this plastics issue is, going forward, will be subject to many regulations so that Korea can speed up the transition towards a circular economy. I think the core of a circular economy in society is a regulation and control of the entire life cycle. And that also goes for plastics as well. We need a deplasticization perspective throughout the whole life cycle of the plastic, from the production until the very end, like the consumption. And so the controls have to be there. And internationally, this has become an issue. Around at the end of December last year, in regard to the Global Plastic Treaty, I was participating in a legal drafting group, and what I felt while I was participating in the meeting was that there were some producer countries, and there were also the consumer-oriented countries, and there were lots of differences between the two sides, and so agreement was not reached, as you know quite well. Korea, I think, is more of a consumer-oriented country rather than a producer-oriented country. And so its national interests were at stake. And so I felt that Korea was not really clear about its intentions. So I believe that the global treaty, for it to be agreed, the differences have to be overcome. And I think those who have to make some compromises. The producer-oriented countries have to make some compromises, and so do the consumer or the consumption side as well. So we can't just prioritize our own national interests. Otherwise, we'll just go in parallels until the very end, and we can't let that happen. So in upcoming August, the INC additional negotiations are going to take place in Geneva. So the INC fifth meeting actually was initially held in Busan last year. And many had expected an agreement to be reached, but at the end, there was no agreement reached. And so a lot of the member countries said that the plastics pollution issue is serious. But if you go into the details, there were some remaining differences. But nonetheless, there is a consensus that it's a serious issue. And also international cooperation and compromise were highlighted. So I think that will also be the case at the upcoming August negotiations. So in 2022, Korea came up with measures for the life cycle management and deplasticization. But a law, even if it's legislated, has to be properly implemented. To share some more details, so you have some bioplastics and you also have some alternatives to plastics that are being used. And I do believe that we need to come up with more alternatives, but that also means that we need more investment from the private sector. In order to induce more investment from the private sector, the private sector has to take the initiative because it's ultimately about the competitiveness. We can't expect the government to intervene on every single point. So regarding the plastics issue and in order to promote circular economy, Korea is indeed one of the leading countries, I think. So yes, this will be it for my contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Kim. In particular, your input regarding the Korea's experience in the field of circular economy transition, as well as your observation in international negotiations taken place in Busan last year. Actually, I also attended several international negotiations as a head of delegation, but one of the key is how to harmonize national integrity and national interest. That is the key. Also, that is a question to be solved to the negotiators. Having said this, I would like to conclude the first round of discussion. Before proceeding the second round discussion, I wish to have a Q&A session with our audience. If you have any questions or comment addressed to our panelists, please raise your hand. When you get the floor, please identify yourself and pose a question to one of the panelists. Now the floor is open. Anyone who have the questions, please raise your hand. Yes, please, Madam Isi. Microphone, please. Is anyone facilitator of this? Yeah, please.
Thank you so much. And my question is actually that for Mr. Shadow, the OECD, and actually also for Kelly, that actually Kelly basically said it's impossible to really think about circularity of the plastic, right? So it's really, we need to make sure how we can stop the plastic entering into the production cycle. Then, of course, we should eliminate any kind of unnecessary plastic. So it's very, very clear message. But then the OECD tells us that things are not necessarily, policies are not necessarily effective, and we are kind of backward. That your number, that 6.9%, is actually down from 7 point whatever a few years ago. So things, despite of all our efforts, the policy and the projects, things are not necessarily moving in that direction we are wanting to see. So in order to really complete, to stick to how to really minimize the use of the plastic, to make sure that we will not produce that new plastic, so that what kind of policy measures you are really, you think that the most effective to stop this the endless use of plastic? My sense is that what we have been doing for the last 10 years is not always effective. Do we really have a very clear strategy to stop that cycle, to meet this, you know, to complete it, even it's not complete, that then how we can really minimize this cycle? Do we have a secret policy measures?
Yes, we need magic potion, please. Shut.
No, thank you very much for that very important question. I think we must also accept that although plastics have very high profile right now, you know, this trend towards policy action really started 6 or 7 years ago. It's a very brief period given how widespread plastics are in every aspect of our economies. So, you know, and most of the measures that have been taken, that have been regulated and implemented so far have targeted packaging and, you know, bans on certain single-use plastics, which is a very small part of the puzzle. So I wouldn't say we are sliding backwards, but it's a very small start. Now, talking about curbing, you know, production and unnecessary use of plastics. I mean, again, here there is a key difference between plastics and climate. I mean, in climate, the policy is clear. We need to move away from fossil fuels towards renewables and so on. Here, I think the issue is unnecessary use of plastics. I'm not sure we can eliminate plastics from all aspects of our life, even if you take the climate change perspective. Imagine, I mean, Korea is, you know, one of the world's hubs in the automotive industry. Imagine if cars were made of steel and they didn't have as much plastic. What would happen to life cycle emissions of cars? You'd have cars which would weigh probably 3 to 4 times more, and even the greenhouse emissions during the use phase would be much higher. So, you know, we have to take a more complete view on plastics, and I'm not sure we can eliminate all plastics. But that said, you know, we need to curb primary plastics production, especially when it's coming from fossil fuels. As I said, and the speaker later also said, you know, before we talk about disincentives, we have to stop incentivizing fossil fuel production and use. Now, this has been talked about for 20 years in the context of climate change. There was a G20 declaration on it in Pittsburgh, but we're not making progress, I mean, in terms of reducing or eliminating fossil fuel subsidies. So first, we need to stop incentivizing fossil fuel production and use, including for plastics, and then we need to tax fossil fuel-based plastics, you know, be it at the polymer level or through, you know, specific product level taxation and so on. So I don't think there's a huge secret in terms of what we can do in terms of economic instruments or bans on certain kinds of plastics and so on, and use and so on. But given how ingrained they are in our economies, it's not an easy task. I mean, we face a similar problem in climate.
Could I just add a little bit to that? Great, I definitely support everything that my colleague at the other end of the podium has said. At the same time, as he had said, that life cycle analysis is critical, we have to get the data on all of the climate impacts of plastics, because as one of the main points I was underscoring is that we don't have all of that data. So the 3 categories of climate impacts of plastics are greenhouse gases, as I said, through the entire life cycle, many of which are not counted. carbon sink impacts, which are critical, and I don't believe I mentioned the radiation budget impacts. The radiation budget is the exchange of energy between the Earth and the atmosphere. And right now there are aerosolized plastics. There's plastic debris in the air and in the atmosphere. They're in clouds. They are potentially affecting the melt rate of ice and snow, but we have very little data there. So at the same time that we are doing everything that my colleague has said and eliminating all unnecessary plastics, which is quite a bit of it, and matching lifetime, you know, like you do want the plastic in cars to last a long time. But we have to get the data on all three impact categories in order to be able to do accurate life cycle analyses. In fact, what we need the data for is to actually be able to estimate plastic's true contribution to global average temperature rise, because it is greater than what we are currently counting.
Thank you very much for your for interactive dialogue. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. My name is Joyika Gupta from the University of Amsterdam in the Netherlands. I just want to come back to the issue of making it very sectoral, because let's go back to the car example. 95 to 97% of the time the cars are just parked. So in fact, if you just had 3 to 5% of all cars, it would be enough to give us the kilometers we need. And in fact, probably we need to go a step further and move towards more public transport. So in many ways, the argument that because we need cars, therefore we need plastic, is perhaps not the way to look at the issue. Similarly, I feel that global trade might have to shrink a little bit, because a lot of the items that are traded internationally are all packed in plastic. And so I can imagine that we are really not just talking about what are the tiny instruments here and there to change our plastic use. We're really talking about how do we change our investment, production, and consumption patterns such that we don't need all this plastic. So what I'm basically saying is that whether we are talking about plastics or PFAS or pesticides or climate or biodiversity loss, it all comes down to the same story, that we can't afford to use our private cars for much longer, or even private washing machines. Maybe we have to have shared washing machines and shared resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Who is ready for respond to the question? Yeah, Raul. Yeah, after you.
Thank you very much. I mean, when we started with the UNEP resolution, it really looked at sustainable consumption production. It looked at behavioral, it looked at lifestyle. I mean, there's studies, if you have, you have a diet that doesn't, a vegetarian diet, you look at, reduction in emissions. So I think it's all aspects of it. I think this aspect of how do we consume, what are the behavioral, what are the lifestyle aspects. You start to look at things like fast fashion, you look at the impact of it. But what countries are struggling with is they don't have data and information. I mean, you can regulate, you can put in a regulatory framework, enforcement compliance is poor. And I think organizations, we're looking at OECD, KEI, IGES, we have organizations that can actually provide data, can start to work on capacity building, on the policy instruments, on the fiscal instruments, getting private sector, looking at investment finance. So you are correct, it's going to need all of us, and they're going to be different pieces that every actor will bring in. Thank you.
Yes, actually, we have so many requests from audience. Just one or two. Yes, please. Yes, please. You have the floor. First him and next to him.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Alberto Santos Capra. I'm coming from South America. I'm the director of the Basel Convention Regional Centers. It's a network of organizations in defense of the Basel Convention that help countries to implement prevention of transboundary movements and help with technology transfers and capacity building. My question is especially maybe to Kim, the president of Korea Environmental Institute. First of all, I wanted to congratulate and to thanks for giving us the possibility to be here. But my question is regarding to investment and the needs of funds that I will be needing in the new plastic treaty, especially for companies from developed countries, that we need quite a lot of investment in having new technology based on available needs and having new processes to make plastic more usable, more reusable, and of course to change sometimes chemical waste that are the hazard waste and the problematic waste. So there will be quite a lot of resources that are needed. But this is the first thing, but the second thing is the world is shorting of money. This is in a shortage. Most of the funds has less money. So especially what the developed countries, especially the OECD and Korea, is thinking about to help in this topic. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. And we will collect one more question, and then I will request the panelists to respond to it. Yes.
Thank you. I'm Tariq from Oman, and I'm also a fellow in GS7. My question is, if we put cost to the side, I mean the financial part of it, from a higher level, what prevents us really of stopping the use of plastic? I mean, if we just, all the analysis or like the discussion like involved beyond like cost, money, all that industrial part of it. But from a higher level, what is like stopping us of just decide, okay, we're gonna stop the use of plastic from tomorrow onward. From a policymaker side, why that is not the case? I mean, I know that the money-wise, the financial, the industry, like plays a role in that. But what's really make us like worried to take an action straight away? We need to stop the use of plastic.
Thank you very much for your question. I don't know whether Dr. Christophe Crapin is online. No? No? In this case, let me ask the panelists present here to respond to the question. Any volunteers? Yes, please.
I can make one comment. I didn't entirely hear all of the question, but I believe what you were saying is, why can't we basically just stop all plastic production? And one of the answers, at least, is that plastics and the petrochemicals that are in plastics, because they're almost the same thing, plastics are made of petrochemicals and polymers. Plastics and petrochemicals are the fossil fuel industry's plan B, if you will. As they see that demand for their conventional products, like fuel for transportation, is waning, which is a good thing, they've pivoted to plastic production. And we are looking at their projection of tripling plastic production over the next 30 years. As Cristiana Figueres of Paris Agreement fame says, the plastics and petrochemical industry is the long tail of the fossil fuel industry. So it's essentially a fossil fuel problem, and we have to deal with the same problem that we've dealt with in the climate treaty. I was a former climate treaty negotiator. As in the plastic treaty, we have to link all of these issues together, but it comes down to profits of the fossil fuel industry.
Thank you very much. Yes, Kim.
So you gave me quite a complex and difficult question, and so I am not really sure if I can really answer to your expectations. Regarding the plastic treaty, I can say that, first of all, yes, there's a consensus that the plastic pollution is really serious and we do have to stop using it. And I think all countries basically agree on that point. But then the details, when you go into the details, are we going to make a legally binding treaty or not? Are we going to make something mandatory, or are we going to leave it to voluntary measures? And also you have the producers side. So they say that can't we focus on recycling rather than stopping production? And then the consumer side, consumption side would say, oh, we have to stop production or lessen the production. And so there are so many differing opinions if you actually go into the details. And then when it comes to financing and technological transfer, yes, those also were some of the contentious points as well. Because I had mentioned before, when we talk about an international treaty, I think the major principle and value comes from compromise. So if you focus only on national interests, then a treaty or a convention will never happen. In particular, if we talk about technological transfers and financing, if I have lots of money, if I was rich enough, I would want to support, but that's not really going to happen in reality. So the advanced economies are saying, yes, we can give some financing, we can provide technological transfer, but there are premises. You have to show us and prove to us that you're implementing the measures, and you have to be able to measure the measures. That's what you have to measure the results. That's what the advanced countries are saying. And the developing world are saying that, please help us with the financing as quickly as possible. Please transfer the technology as quickly as possible. So that's where the parallel is continuing. So I believe that both sides have to make a compromise, because we all agree on the fact that the plastic pollution is a serious issue and we have to act upon it as quickly as possible. And so compromise is necessary on both sides, I think.
Thank you very much, President Kim. Thanks to the active, interactive Q&A session, I have to conclude this session. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a time to wrap up our discussion. As our panelists eloquently elaborated, the rapidly increasing plastic pollution, including in the marine environment, represent a serious problem to human health, environment, and sustainable development. We also have to acknowledge the important and positive role of plastics in our society. The upcoming INC negotiation should hammer out an ambitious and effective agreement. I believe there's no one-size-fits-all solution. We have to encourage our negotiators to come up with innovative approaches by providing science-based policy recommendations. By doing so, we can make together an important milestone in our endeavor to end plastic pollution. By doing so, we can ensure multilateralism work. This concludes our high-level policy dialogue. Thank you very much for your kind collaboration. Please give a big hand to our host and panelists. Thank you very much.
Before we conclude, we would like to have a group photo session for all participants for the first session. This concludes the first session of today's forum. We will now take a short break and resume with the second session, starting at 11:05 a.m. We will now begin the second session titled the UNEP Geo7 Dialogue. Before we begin, I regret to inform you that Dr. Song Young-il, who was scheduled to moderate the session, is unable to join us today due to health-related reasons. In his place, I am pleased to introduce Dr. Jang Hoon, Director General of the Climate and Air Quality Research Group at the Korea Environment Institute. Dr. Jang Hoon has also served as the Thematic Climate Advisor at the UN Capital Development Fund. Dr. Jang Hoon is also the moderator for the third session scheduled for this afternoon. We sincerely appreciate Dr. Jang Hoon willingly taking on this additional role. Please join me in giving him a big round of applause. Now I'll give the floor to Dr. Jang Hoon to begin the session.
Thank you very much. My name is Hoon Chang. I'm the Director General of Air and Climate. Climate and Air Quality, the research group of KEI. And also I have to apologize to my colleagues as unexpected the occasion. So he couldn't make it, so I have to take over his role. So anyway, our title for this session is about the UNEP Geo7 dialogue, which is we're going to talk about what is Geo7 and what will be the contribution for the governments and for the scientists and actually, for everyone. So as you may know that we have a very limited time before lunch. So I'm going to ask all the speakers about 5 to 7 minutes for our discussions. So if time allows, I may take one or two questions from the floor. As you may know that the GEO is one of the very important publications about the environment especially. GEO actually stands for the Environment Outlook. That is actually a flagship report which published every 4 years, 4 or 5 years since 1997. It provides actually valuable publication to provide us that based on scientific evidences and scientific analysis, and also effective to the policymakers. And also it gives us forward-looking scenarios to support the evidence-based in environmental governance. In the 7th edition of Geo7, which is the mandate at the 5th session of UNEA in 2022, it has to be finished for adoption at UNEA 7 in 2025. The Geo7 is also aims to provide actionable insights to help governments and also stakeholders to address the planetary crisis of climate change and also biodiversity loss and also pollutions. The KEI also is nominated as UNEP's official collaboration center for Geo7 in Asia-Pacific regions to support geo processes. So actually KEI, we also like to engage all the different processes of Geo7 to support good quality and also and legitimacy. So in this capacity, KEI is also hosting a week-long Geo7 authors meeting from 2nd of June until 6th. And also we support for the meeting, for the SPM, the drafting meetings, and also the multidisciplinary expert scientific advisory group meetings. So by facilitating this session, KEI is also actively contributing to the development of a credible, the policy relevant global assessment that reflect both global insight and the regional perspectives. Before we actually start our sessions and also discussions, I may introduce our discussion starting from my left. Sir, dear Robert Watson, but I'm going to call you Bob, by your permission, yesterday. So he's G7, the co-chair. He's from the UK, and also he has actually long-time experience about IPES and also IPCC, and also he's now serving as a co-chair in the G7 the processes. Next is Dr. Edgar de Gutierrez Espeleta. I hope you're pronounced close to your name.
Very good. And you can call me Edgar.
He's also professor of the University of Costa Rica, but he's a former minister of the Environment and Energy of Costa Rica. And also Dr. Maria del Mar de Viana Rodriguez, and she also allows me to call the Mar de Viana. She's also she's one of the co-chair of multidisciplinary expert scientific advisory group. And she's a senior researcher of Spanish Ministry for the Environment. And the next one is Dr. Nicholas King. He's also the co-chair of the multidisciplinary expert group, science advisory group. And also he's a consultant and the Wilderness, the Foundation of Africa. And finally, my colleague, also she's Kyung-Ah Koo. She's also G7, the coordinating lead author, especially in the biodiversity area. Now she's a senior researcher fellow and division for the natural environment of KEI. Now, we have a very limited time, so I may just start from our discussions right now, if you allow. Bob, I have some of the questions for especially about you are the co-chair of the G7. My question will be that the G7 is provide not only comprehensive environment assessment, but also we have to strengthen the science and policy interface based on your long experience about this major goal assessment and IPCC and IPES. What are the key contributions you expecting from the G7, and also how can it differentiate itself and or to complement these process in drawing effective policy actions? Yeah.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here today. It's very straightforward. G7 builds upon the excellent work of IPCC and IPBES. One thing that differentiates it is we look at all 4 environmental issues: human-induced climate change, loss of biodiversity, pollution, and land degradation. So the first part of our report is assessing to what degree are these systems degrading and how are they projected to degrade in the future with what I call business as usual. We just carry on doing what we're doing today. So we will first assess these individual environmental issues, but much more important, we'll actually discuss how they are linked together. How does climate change affect biodiversity? Biodiversity affects land degradation, pollution, etc. So we will assess those interlinkages. So the first message to governments will be, you cannot look at these issues one at a time. You have to look at these 4 issues collectively together so you can understand the synergies and the trade-offs between these various issues. We'll then assess, well, why are we changing the environment? What are the drivers for change? Demographic, economic, technological, lifestyle choices, and governance. From that, obviously, we'll have more people in the future. They'll be wealthier in the future. So the question is, how do we meet the demand for more materials, more energy, more food? And we're trying to get that demand within a system that's unsustainable. Our current energy, food, and material systems are all unsustainable. Even worse, they're unsustainable in the context of a global system of economics and finance that are also unsustainable. So we ask ourselves the question, to what degree will the drivers change over time? How will it affect the demand for food, energy, materials? And effectively, what are then the implications? Well, we will then look effectively that as you try and meet this demand, we'll have land use change, we'll have exploitation of resources, we'll have emissions of greenhouse gases and pollutants, and we'll have invasive alien species. These in turn drive climate change, drive loss of biodiversity, drive land degradation, and drive pollution. We'll then ask ourselves the question, to what degree do these changes in the environment affect human well-being? How will it affect human health? How will it affect lifestyles? How will it affect poverty? Will it undermine energy security, water security? So we'll ask how the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN are being undermined by environmental change. So the first half of the document is assessing the changes today and projected in the environment, what's causing them, and what are the implications for human well-being. A very negative story. If we continue as we are today, we will have significant environmental degradation and undermine human well-being. So then the second half says, what can we do about it? We can be optimistic. We first start with the theory of transformation. How can we transform our various systems, our energy system, our food system, our economic system? So we start with a theory of transformation, and then we say, how can you use that theory in practice? How can a government use it to think through transformation? We then have a very nice section on indigenous knowledge and local knowledge. What can we learn from indigenous peoples and local peoples? What can we learn from their philosophy and from their knowledge? So we set up basically how to think about transformation. We then ask ourselves the question, and we go it system by system, how can we transform the economic finance system? It's totally unsustainable. We talk about eliminating or repurposing subsidies in energy, transportation, food, etc. We talk about getting the price right. How do you internalize externalities? We talk about how to go beyond GDP as a measure of economic growth. It is a measure of economic growth, but it's a measure of unsustainable economic growth. So how can you actually think differently? Embed human capital, natural capital, and built capital to complement GDP as a measure of economic growth. But then we realize, how can you make this politically acceptable and socially acceptable? If you get rid of subsidies, you internalize extra, the price of energy goes up, the price of food goes up. So how do you have social safety nets, especially for poor people, so they can still afford food, still afford energy? So we look at how to transform the energy financing system. We then look at how do you transform the energy system. Effectively, how do you go to a fossil-free world, low carbon, better use of energy? How do you make sure you've got access for poor people for energy? We ask ourselves about materials. How can we effectively have sustainable consumption and production and embody the whole point of a circular economy so we don't waste resources? We then ask about how to make the agricultural system much more sustainable. We cannot continue to use conventional meat. It's a big footprint on both biodiversity and climate change. How can we try and make the whole agricultural system more sustainable? We then move on. We don't want to transform the environment, but we need to manage it better. How can we do a much better job of conserving and restoring biodiversity? How do we use nature-based solutions? So we have a nice chapter. We then ask ourselves, how do you accelerate change? Change is occurring, but not at the pace and the scale we need. And in fact, our conclusions are at the moment, we will not meet any of the internationally agreed environmental goals of Paris, of the CBD, of the Convention on Desertification, and we won't meet any of the Sustainable Development Goals. And our conclusion is you can no longer think of environment as an environmental issue. These are economic issues, development issues, social, security, moral and ethical issues. And then we finalize our section by putting it down not at the global level, but the regional level. What can we do in Africa, Latin America, the WEOG countries, etc. We also talk about what can you do in high-income countries, medium-income countries, and low-income. So we try and then make it much more practical at the level. Message is simple, continue business as usual, we're in trouble, but we can transform our system and meet international goals on the environment and also social and economic. Thank you.
Wow, so thank you, Bob. Well, thank you very much for your overall, the structure of G7. And also, I have also experienced working as a coordinating author in the G6. And also, he is actually the vision for the whole G7. Well, it's not actually much more developed from the G6 from a previous version. And also, them makes also all the authors make very, heartful the works to meet your expectations and also all the contents that you express.
Let me make one more comment. We've been telling governments and the private sector for years what needs to be done. What we're trying to do in G07 is not only what needs to be done, but how to do it, how to make a change in the economic system that will be acceptable, how to make a change in the energy system. So it's not just what needs to be done, but how can we do it, which is policy relevant.
Yes, that's pretty much important point. I mean, that actually makes very smoothly me go over to the next question to the doctor actually, the Edgar Espeleta. Yeah. And also, so I'm going to then ask you, I mean, he also mentioned how to, do it for the, our, bright futures. And how do you view the Jeju process as the mechanism to support the national government in applying the G7's findings? And also, what institutional and capacity-related challenges be considered in the post-2025, particularly in the developing the countries?
Thank you, Dr. Chan, and buenos días a todos. Good morning to all. In the middle of the 90s, the Global Environment Outlook in UNEP came up to be a pioneer effort to develop a methodology that allow countries and allow local governments. At that moment, we thought only countries to see the environmental issues in a different perspective. So we developed a methodology that actually translates complex systemic environmental data into actionable insights for national governments. But let me point out, some points about why GEO is important as a methodology. We have been saying that GEO is not a report, it's a process that helps to build up capacities. GEO allows the integration, or it's an integrative framework for assessing the environment. By that we mean that provides governments with a different perspective of environmental issues because it brings economic, social, and other aspects and political aspects into the analysis of environmental issues. So it's not just a report on environment, it's a report on the environment of all of us in this planet, which considers the other aspects as well. So that is a very important thing about GEO. So GEO is a catalytic of multi-sectorial effort of governments to assess the environment or to any party. So following what Bob just said about G07, geo methodology in general goes beyond considering environmental issues just for environmental ministries. It requires this, for the solution, it requires the participation of all other ministers. So that is an important thing, and basically that's a very strong message that we are getting out from GEO7. GEO also is a very important and critical element to feed the decisions, the resolutions that UNEA, the United Nations Environment Assembly considers every 2 years. This is an important issue because here we are synthesizing the knowledge and the scientific evidence around the world using the reports that Bob referred to and other literature review that we do during the process, and putting in a systemic way that knowledge in front of the ministers of environment in UNEA. That's important issue to consider also about GEO. But then GEO as well became, after testing the GEO methodology at the global level, then we passed the testing to national level, and now we found out that it's a very good methodology also to apply the integrated assessment, environmental assessment at the local level, because GEO provides the means and the framework to integrate all the components that humankind living in society needs to consider. So that's a very nice way it's a very nice means to bring all these components to analyze particular issues about environment. And of course, this kind of vision, the integrative vision, the integrative approach of seeing environmental issues brings a lot of challenges. Bob already referred to those. And the main challenge is the institutional settings we have. Think about how our governments are organized. Most of our settings at the governmental level, institutionally, comes after the Second World War. And after that, the main objective of our countries was economic growth. And everything, all these institutional settings went around that main goal, economic growth. So the settings that we have still, 60, 80 years later, are a way of making public policy in silos, environment, agriculture, energy, And here I already talked, and Bob and I have talked already about this GEO methodology that integrates all the components, but then we have policy making in silos. So that's a very big challenge that we have in front of us, how to set the new institutional, how we are able to promote a new institutional setting so that this fragmented vision of development and fragmented vision of providing services to the citizens can be overcome to actually be very efficient. That is something that actually we need to think about how to resolve this challenge. So the environment agenda has to be integrated in the core agenda of development. It's not longer just an issue by itself. It has to be seen as an issue that belongs to the core of, and I would say, the human development. Because the main thing of public policy is to bring opportunities for all the people to reach a very decent way of life. So we have to make a very good effort to break this silo thinking that has prevailed among us, among all the countries, among all the even United Nations institutions. We have UNDP, you have UNEP, you have UNICEF, you have Habitat, that kind of thing. We have to bring a common agenda for all this. But that new thinking requires training of the new public officers. We need to train them. And it happens that the EU methodology is one of many opportunities that we have to train people to develop this sort of vision, the vision that gets rid of silo thinking. And UNEP has already provided countries and municipalities with training kits that allows them to develop these sort of things. I mean, this integration of knowledge. And of course, as well, we need to assure that this is not only an effort from the public side, but also from the private side. And the stakeholder engagement in this process is a very important component for the success of the application of this methodology. So the alignment, you know, I was Minister of Environment and Energy in Costa Rica some years ago, and I have to tell you that to me as a minister, with this thinking that I have, it was not very easy to deal with this silo thinking. So I had to bring other ministers into my table at the Ministry of Environment. And I have to say that I'm very proud that I succeeded. I brought the Ministry of Finance, for example, the Ministry of Agriculture, the President of the Central Bank into environmental programs that I led from the ministry. But it's not hard. It's not easy. It's very hard. Very, very hard to break that sort of thinking. And more so is the alignment of the institutional setting at the national level to the environmental goals that we have defined internationally. Sometimes they think that, for example, our commitments to the Paris Agreement or our commitments to CBD or whatever other organization is a matter just for the Ministry of Environment. And that's not the case. I mean, it has a lot of responsibility as well. The Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Economy, the Ministry of Production, the Ministry of Agriculture, and that it has to be seen like that in order to be efficient in the delivering of good services to the citizens. That is the end that all of us actually pursue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm very pleased to hear that you mentioned that silo, the examples, they're like across the ministry and also sometimes across departments to pushing up some environmental policies and also implementation. And also you mentioned that, I mean, happy to hear that capacity building, the importance, because I mean we also many times stress about the importance of capacity building to the national government and also local governments, but they still need to some kind of good source of materials to learn about how can put it in these environmental policies into their other different areas of policies.
Let me add an example of the engagement of the private sector. Before I came to the government, that was 2015. The president of Costa Rica, in one of her speeches, said that it was a pity that the poorest communities in Costa Rica were the ones around national parks. God, that was something very strong to say. And then I was at the university, so I had the resources to investigate that a little bit more, and she was right. Very poor. I was able to develop in my research unit a human development index at the subnational level, so I checked that, and effectively that was the truth. And then, well, for some reasons, I became Minister of Environment. So I had to worry about that. And then they say, The way we are doing conservation is something top-down, and we have to break that in. We can no longer support conservation of nature, top-down, just, keeping intact pieces of areas of land for some other people to enjoy, but not the ones that are part of that piece of land. So we started a campaign where we said conservation with the people, and started giving some space for surrounding communities to participate in the management and in the use of these protected areas. And that was very interesting, and actually we have a system in place at this moment in time in Costa Rica where communities actually participate in the co-management of protected areas. And that has brought about a beautiful, beautiful companionship of communities, the private sector, and the public sector together in common goals. And that is something that is very nice to study and to tell about, because it has been very successful.
Yes, thank you. Now I'm going to move on to the next discussant, Damara de Viena. I know that you are as a scientist, you are working on a lot of quality of the research, and also doing a lot of advisory role for the scientific area. But as a co-chair of scientific advisory groups, the incorporation of the behavioral, also social, and also cultural science is kind of key in the G7 in the processes, especially for the more actionable and people-centered. But how can these dimensions help ensure that the G7, the findings resonate with the policymakers and also lead to the tangible changes, particularly in the national and also national implementation?
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Indeed, this links very nicely with what Edgar was saying. If we want, we know now that lasting transformation, can not only rely on technical change or changes or on political or policy reforms. It hinges on behavior, on human behavior, and on changes in human behavior. Therefore, if we want to transform the systems, we need to transform human behavior and the way we act in terms of lifestyles that Bob also mentioned, etc. So this is why incorporating precisely behavioral, social, and cultural aspects in G7 is a key way to enhance the effectiveness of the policy, of the change that G7 is proposing, and to maximize its impact. This is why G7 has a group of specific experts within a group referring specifically to behavioral, social, and sciences. And this is a group that contributed horizontally to the full report. So it is key that these aspects are taken into account across all the chapters and across the full report. So how specifically is this incorporated? How specifically do these dimensions impact GEO and the GEO results? Well, in different ways. For example, from one side, on the one hand, by understanding human behavior. If we understand human behavior, we can understand what the drivers of human behavior are. So what are the motivations of people when they make choices? What are their drivers? And how we can actually make changes in these behaviors, and especially then how we can implement policies or strategies that will have an effective impact, because they will have a bigger uptake, because they will have a direct impact on how people are choosing to behave. On the other hand, for example, we can look at social dynamics. If we understand the roles of communities, the roles of different groups, cultural differences, research has shown that if strategies are based on or include those social differences, those cultural differences, they have the much higher potential to be taken up in a more effective and a faster way, and of course then resulting in positive impacts in the nearby, in the local environment. So it is, of course, also key to understand the social dynamics. Another aspect is the equity and the fairness. If we include, also research shows that if we include these aspects in policy making, we make sure that we do not either create vulnerable populations or impact vulnerable populations, and therefore by devising policies which are more diverse, more integrative, we again enhance taking up of these policies, the engagement of people, and their positive impact. And in a similar line, but a bit different, including behavioral sciences, social cultural aspects in the policies as well, it helps us, or in the report, sorry, it helps us understand how to tailor messages in a way that they will be received or that they resonate with the audiences that the GEO wants to reach. In a way, especially in the case of policymakers, how to make messages be more, that result in that policies are more actionable, more relatable, more tangible, which is what the GEO actually wants. So I think, in short, including behavioral, social, and cultural aspects, these dimensions in the GEO is, like I said, a key to making it more impactful and to enhance its potential to create a framework that then, in the end, will result in actual and tangible change, which is what the report aims for. Thank you.
Well, yeah, thank you very much for your reaction about my question. Yeah, I gave you a very difficult question, and also, but you give us very, concrete and also clear the answers for my question. Thank you very much again for your clear answers. Now I'm going to move on to the Dr. Nicholas King, and I guess you have, over 30 years of experience in working with also many different areas. But my question is also very difficult. And also the Bob also mentioned that the importance of indigenous and also local knowledge about, and actually at the same time, at the same time as the scientific knowledge. Then how, in your view, also as a co-chair of the scientific advisory group, how can the G7 ensure that the different forms of knowledge, which is indigenous and also the local knowledge, are the meaningful to integrate it to enhance the credibility and also legitimacy and the future usability of the report across the range of policy environments?
Thanks, Dr. Chang, and good morning, everybody. Welcome to World Environment Day. Let me start broadly by saying that the literature on leadership and futures thinking, development planning, and so on, just shows that the broader the perspectives that you bring into those fora, the better the outcomes for society as a whole, so cross-sectorally across society. And so, as Bob mentioned, business as usual is not an option, but also that currently environmental global governance lags way, way behind the pace of environmental degradation. So obviously the perspectives that we've currently been trying to apply environmental governance policy are insufficient. So in G7, what we're trying to do is bring in diverse perspectives, diverse knowledge systems, in order to see if there are other solutions or enhance the current solutions to improve global environmental governance. So GEO has brought in many different knowledge systems. Natural sciences, as Ma mentioned, behavioral sciences, cultural sciences, there's economics, modeling, and of course, the indigenous and local knowledge that we tried to bring in. This obviously brings lots of challenges. The different knowledge systems are often based on different worldviews to start with. So they have different formats, they have different content, they use very often different languages and terminology, which often isn't directly translatable into English or other major Western languages. So in my country, South Africa, we have 11 official languages. Many of them don't come from the same basis, so they're not directly translatable, which leads to some quite interesting conversations sometimes. But I think many of you may be familiar with the term Ubuntu. That's an Nguni phrase, which basically, it's not directly translatable, but roughly it means, I am because you are. And it basically tries to describe each individual's relationship with everybody else in human society. And the value that you bring to others reflects back on the value of you, the person. But there's another related term, ukama. And ukama talks to our relationship as humans within the wider physical world. And that we are totally part of nature, that nature is part of us. And any harm that we might bring to the physical world is actually harm upon ourselves. And that's an underpinning philosophy of most indigenous knowledge systems, that really we are an integrated part of the world that we live in, and we are not separate from it. And most of Western science has come from this ideology that we are separate, and we talk of ourselves as separate from nature or separate from the environment, and we talk about environment versus development and so on. But these indigenous philosophies don't make that distinction, and if we can bring that sort of understanding into the science, as we call it, the Western science, it can only enhance our solutions. Western science tends to measure progress by a sort of linear movement forward from experimentation, documentation, replicability of that work, and so on. Indigenous philosophies don't do that. They're far more circular, and if you could sort of imagine a three-dimensional spider's web of everything is interconnected, and it sort of shifts across that circular entangled web. It doesn't have any sort of linear progression at all. So these challenges in bringing in these different ontologies are quite challenging. The other one, obviously, is that indigenous philosophies are mostly oral. They are handed down through generational experiential learning. So they're not necessarily documented, and they're certainly not documented necessarily in peer-reviewed literature and so on. They may be documented in arts, for example, some graphic designs and so on, or even in cultural practices and rituals, which are, if you know the phrase, don't make a song and dance about something. Well, that's actually what we all used to do as human societies. When we had a problem or something, we actually did a song and we danced about it and we chanted and we sort of shared the experiences in that way. So these are quite difficult to bring together. So in GEO7, what we've done, we said we're going to formally try and bring in indigenous knowledge and local knowledge, but we need to adopt best practice. We need to find out who's best at this. So we put together a task force. We called for nominations for indigenous knowledge holders and indigenous scholars. We sought out UNESCO and IPBES, other initiatives that have tried to bring in indigenous knowledges. How did you go about this? What did you learn? And the task force decided we need to set up some dialogues to try and deal with regional differences, language differences, and so on. First of all, to appraise indigenous and local knowledge participants of what we are trying to do with a global assessment, what GEO is, why do we need to bring in alternative knowledges. Then another dialogue to talk about contributions of indigenous knowledges into the process, and a third dialogue to say, okay, well, how well did we do in this incorporation of it? So those various dialogues tried to cater for different perspectives. The first one was online, the second one in Latin America, the third one in Asia itself. And then we're at that process now, we're working through and trying to see how well we've incorporated that into GEO7. And I think finally, what the value add is of this process is that certainly from IPBES's most recent global assessments, we can see that the practices, for example, climate change adaptation to seasonal changes and so on in indigenous communities are really, really useful in developing these local adaptation activities or practices up to the sort of regional policy level. But I think it's more than just those knowledges being applied at that local context level, which is obviously critical, but it's this underlying philosophy, if you like, which you probably want to call wisdom more, about what is a democratically well-governed commons, which means that everybody participates in the discussions about how do you utilize your resource base, your physical environment that we sit within, and how do we ensure probably what we would call sustainable use. How do we ensure sustainable use of our physical environment, which caters for equity by all the participants and particularly intergenerational equity. that we do not degrade our physical environment in any way that would compromise future generations' ability to enjoy those same physical environments. So I think that underpinning philosophy, if we can bring that into our global environmental governance policies, then we're on this track to transformational change, which Bob was talking about, is that we're trying to bring in Geo7 for the first time, is how do we get to these different endpoints in terms of living holistically with the environment. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your pointing out some very important points about how we can incorporate the local knowledge and also indigenous knowledge into the Geo7 process. And also, I'm very pleased to hear that, the last part of saying that what it will be the value added from the indigenous, especially of the local knowledge. Thank you very much for your comments. And also, I'm going to move on to our final discussant, the Dr. Koo. She's also the coordinating lead author from the KEI. So she's also my colleague. So based on your experience, 2 or 3 years of experience about Geo7 and the authors, how your experiences might help to strengthen the role of the institution like KEI, and also how can you encourage our broader participation from the developing countries, especially in the future assessment?
Yes, yeah. I think I'm here because of this event organized by KEI. So I wanna first introduce our organization first. KEI is, I think, a top institute in Korea in addressing all kind of environmental issue. We have about 130 PhD experts related to environmental background issue and majors, and from science to social, even including law and economics. And so our institution, KEI, can contribute to domestic policymaking based on scientific evidence, and also we have a good cooperation network with other countries. So that means we can contribute to so many data and knowledge for our own country at national level, and also contribute to UNEP, several different kind of environmental issue as parties. For example, I'm a delegate of Korean government for CBD, and then I join all kind of CBD meeting, and then contribute to some knowledge from our country to UN CBD. And also we are developing some policy for our own country, Korea, in strong linkage, staying aligned with the international trend, and UNEP provide some strategy and their direction. Anyway, so that means we have, KEI has so many different background and data and knowledge for supporting domestic and international environmental solution problem, evaluation process. At this, for Geo7, we have a cooperation center in here, and also I'm supporting coordinating lead author for Asia Pacific region, because we have many cooperation with other countries in our region, and have enough data to support. And also, key concept of Geo7 is holistic perspective and systems approach. We understand that any single environmental issue is not stand alone. It must be understood in a complex interconnectedness others at a several level, local to global, and also a scientific to social. For this, our institute and diverse background expertise can support this. And also we have enough data and cooperation network. So KEI is really fit for supporting this GEO7, I believe so. And I want to share some experience as a coordinating lead author of Asia Pacific region. I don't know, everybody know about Asia Pacific region. It's a UN region included for Asia Pacific. We have a diverse social, scientific, and environmental, and any kind of context. Also including many IRPCs and IRKs. Yesterday we have a welcome dinner organized by Jeju state governor, and then they have some ceremony about Haenyeo. It is a local knowledge in Jeju. It's closely related to IPRC and local knowledge. Yeah, Korea and KEI has that kind of knowledge and data to support GEO7. And so I think KEI can continue to support GEO cities when they develop GEO8, GEO9, and in multidisciplinary background and holistic concept. And also when I work for Asia Pacific region, and I found some gaps in data and scientific capacity and expertise, lack of expertise, and also many developing countries we have and don't have sustainable financial support to have enough concern on this global assessment process. So for more participation we can get from developing country, I think we have strong international cooperation between developed and developing country, and also developing country need to develop some sustainable long-term financial system to support experts engaged in global assessment process. And developing country already has issue with the financial thing, but especially for this, and then we need more knowledge and data expert supported by long-term financial system. So yeah, that is I learned from this as a coordinator author of AP region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Like Dr. Koo said, that the KI is trying to engage different, the way of the whole geo processes. And also, as you may know that KI is now collaborating the facility or institution of the geo process. So we are now can support not only the scientific and experts, but also facilitating this kind of events and also other supports. Thank you very much for the Dr. Koo. Now we even heard all the comments from our discussants, and I have some of minutes to take a couple of questions from the floor. If you may have any questions or comments about the geo processes or the outputs or products, could you raise your hand and then I can react? Yes, Safi?
Thank you very much. My name is Majid Shafipur. I'm a member of the MESAC from University of Tehran. My question is very much addressed to Bob because I earlier on opened up this horizon, as it were, with him on the various systems that he raised that are in existence and the interlinkages in between those. My question focuses on the fact that where he envisions for us to transform to, and in what time span, because transformation really calls for a number of necessities and tools. We know where we are. We know where we are most likely to be if we continue on the business as usual path, a forward-looking approach. But where exactly, in his opinion, we are likely to arrive at, on the paper, on the GEO7 products, so that it could be better pictured for the global community as well as the policymakers, and over in what time span. Because some of the equity principles, some of the SDGs may interact and intervene adversely with the goals of where we are likely to be transforming our global communities to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bob?
I
honestly didn't understand a word he said.
All right.
What's the concrete question?
No? Yeah.
Did you understand?
Yeah,
Yep.
Can you paint a picture of what the world would look like if we transform what GEO7 says we should?
What would the world look like if we did transform?
Some about the theory of a change, what could we do?
Yeah, I think the question was, what would the world look like if we could transform it? Well, clearly, if we don't transform it, we're going to have significant climate change, significant loss of biodiversity, further land degradation and more pollution, which will undermine human health, undermine food security, water security, exacerbate poverty, exacerbate inequities. So that's the world we're moving today. However, if we can transform the economic finance system and the energy system, we can, in principle, meet these environmental goals. We could try and keep climate close, in my opinion, to 2 degrees Celsius. I don't believe we have any chance at 1.5 Celsius. But if we act now, we could try and limit climate change to just above 2. If we act now, we can slow down the rate of deforestation. We can minimize pollution. So we could have a world that would still be degraded relative to today, but we can minimize that degradation. We can try and get food security for all, energy security, water security, a more equitable world. But it will need unprecedented change. Governments, the private sector, the financial institutions will all have to work at an unprecedented scale. We are not on a pathway to sustainability today, but we could do a much, much better job. Otherwise, we're going to leave our children and grandchildren with a desolate world. And unfortunately, as usual, it will be the poor and the marginalized, especially in developing countries, which will be most adversely affected because they will not have the financial, technical, or knowledge to adapt to this climate change world, the loss of biodiversity. So yes, I can envisage a more sustainable world, but I am not personally optimistic based on the evidence that we can ever reach a 1.5 world. But I do believe there is still potential, if we act now, of getting close to a 2-degree world.
Let me. I share totally what Bob said, but I like to say that I imagine the world as John Lennon did back years ago.
Okay, I may have take time to take only one question. Yep, the lady at the back.
Yeah, this is not working here. No. Okay.
Is this working? Okay. Hello, I'm Aisha, and I study in Okinawa Institute of Science and Technology, OIST. I'm a PhD candidate in the Marine Climate Change unit. And, I need to organize my thoughts, sorry. So, Dr. Maria, you were talking about, right, human behavior and cultural differences and these community dynamics, right? And I'm curious about how you place yourself within the dynamics of this society that we live in as this, for example, Geo7 committee, right? Because there is also the dynamic of powers that be, because this world is very much, it's about domination and profit, which no matter how much destruction it leads to, we seem to be so hell-bent on going down that road because certain people have the power to do so, and they won't easily let go, obviously. And these corporations and companies, they have interests. I personally do not see them as thinking beings. They have interests, and they will maximize their profits in any way they can. Okay, there may be some regulations, sure, which is great, but that's their goal. So amongst all these players and institutions and people that have power, institutions, entities, right? We as scientists in these kind of committees that we do our best, right, gathering all the evidence and create these amazing reports, are we at the end of the day just mere petitioning subjects? Do we just throw it out there and hope it gets picked up? Like, what is our role? Like, what is the dynamic that we're part of there? And like, honestly, you know, like, what do you feel? And what keeps you going? Is what I'm curious as a young researcher. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there are very different approaches. We can have the more optimistic, the less optimistic, definitely. And when you, at least my experience when you work in this kind of forum, sometimes you tend to, there's so much going on and so many things out of your control that definitely one would tend to go to the pessimistic side. But I think as a scientist, we can, at least for me, if we go down to the local and the specific, it always helps because it is actionable, like we were saying earlier, and you can indeed make a difference there or see that others make a difference, not one yourself. We have, from our research group, we always tell a story about a community action regarding air pollution with passive samplers, which was the simplest thing we've possibly ever done, the cheapest thing by far, with these small samplers that are, well, plastic, sorry, but they were tiny plastic tubes. They're less than $5 or $10 in cost with the analysis, and we had a community program where people paid for their own tubes and installed them in their homes. And in my experience, the community that was built around that, the solidarity, people were then taking care of the neighbors' samplers, for example, because these little tubes had to be hung for a couple of months on the street. And people were taking care of the neighbors' samplers, that they wouldn't get lost, that nothing happened to them. And then with this, we created a map, and then people then changed their behavior, their routes to school, their commuting within the neighborhood. So these kind of small actions can have a huge, very local, very positive impact. And I think, at least for me, this is the kind of activity or the kind of result that you see that makes a change. Because, you know, the kind of forward talking a lot sometimes doesn't seem to go anywhere. It hopefully someone does at some point. But I think at the very, very local scale is where we can make a difference, at least. Sure.
Thank you. If I can just add to that, the whole field of collapsology, as it's being called at the moment, is studying past civilizations and showing that all of them have collapsed, all 83 previous what we call human civilizations. And they all collapsed basically for the same reasons, which was environmental degradation, things like local climate change, if you chop down your forest. But the big one was the growing inequity in society. Because in all of those civilizations, you only really get civilization when you get elite capture, and all the wealth goes to the top. But of course, that's built on a foundation that eventually just can't keep sending stuff to the top. I mean, when we think about the Roman civilization, we mythologize the magnificence of ancient Rome and so on. But it was built on the subjugation and genocide of peoples all around the Mediterranean and enslaving people and putting them as conscripts into the army. When that civilization collapsed, most people's lives improved immeasurably because you were no longer growing agriculture to feed the army and paying taxes to Rome so that the elite got richer. So the field now is saying what we need to talk about is what emerges on the other side. And so you were saying, what is the role of scientists? I think our role is to try and show this route is collapse, as Bob was talking about, but what can we get to emerge that is more positive for most of society? And if we can paint those pictures and we can show what we can get on the other side, well, it doesn't really matter if our industrial civilization collapses because we're actually going to improve the livelihoods of the majority of the world's population as well as for all other species. So if you ask me, what is our role in terms of behavior for scientists, we have to push forward to that positive transformational future. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Now, actually, our time's up. So if you have any more questions or comments, hopefully, they'll be around this building or the ICC, so you can catch up that later. So I'm going to now close our sessions. So thank all for the participants, and also thank all the session organizers. So my special thanks to the discussants for making the sessions very fruitful and also pretty much valuable. Thank you very much for everyone. I'm going to close the session. Thank you.
Before we conclude, we will have a group photo session.
All right.
단체 사진 찍을 수 있도록 준비 부탁드립니다. May I have your attention, please? I would like to provide a brief overview of the upcoming schedule, which you can also find on the back of your name badge. Lunch will be provided at the Diamond Restaurant on the first floor of this building, starting at 12:30 p.m. After lunch, the World Environment Day ceremony will take place at the Jeju International Convention Center, located next to this hotel, beginning at 2 p.m. All participants are kindly requested to arrive at the ceremony venue by 1:50 p.m. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the third session titled Integrating Metrics into Circular Economy Policymaking. Please allow me to introduce Dr. Jang Hoon once again, Director General of KEI's Climate and Air Quality Research Group. Please give him a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a really nice lunch and hope you enjoy the weather, but unfortunately I have to keep you inside of this session room with actually valuable speech from our guest. But I can see a lot of empty seats because there's I think still ceremony is going on, and some of things we can actually be trade a little bit. There's a very nice duty-free shop under the ICC, and the nice beach is right next to ICC. But still, we have to. Or probably they're gonna miss about this valuable speech. But anyway, I'm gonna begin our session about the integrating the metrics into circular economy policy, circular economy, the policy making. So our session is supposed to with about 70 minutes, but due to time limits, maybe we can just a little bit shrink down. But still, we're gonna have the keynote speech is on schedule. I'm going to introduce our keynote speakers and the moderator later. Our keynote speaker is Professor Naoko Ishii. She's now Special Presidential Envoy for Global Commons, and also professor at the Institute for Future Initiative and director of the Center for Global Commons from University of Tokyo. She has wonderful experience about high-level policy because she was a former the president and the leading the global environmental facility of the World Bank, and also she also leading a lot of different high level about the climate finance area and also water forums. So I'm very honorable to have her as a keynote speaker. Please welcome her with a big applause. So she's going to give us the mainstreaming, the circular economy through the metrics. So please, the floor is yours. Yeah.
Do you think we can?
Yes.
Hi, very good afternoon to everyone. Thank you so much for coming to this late afternoon session. In fact, when I'm hearing you are introducing myself, I'm actually thinking about who am I? And then I am economist by training, but for the last 30 years, I'm more like a practitioner, starting with Ministry of Finance, also working for the IMF, the World Bank. Then my life has completely changed when I was elected as CEO of the GF, Global Environment Facility. That's the time I see the environmental issue with my real eyes. And then while it says Global Environment Facility, it's really not just the environmental issue, it is really more about economics and the finance and actually the people's issues also. That's something I really want to address today. During my 8 years at the GF, Global Environment Facility, we have done quite a number of projects from energy transition to nature protection to ocean, the forest, and then the circularity. And maybe the number of projects may be quite a number of hundreds. And each one of them is rated as satisfactory. But collectively, what kind of impacts we have been having on the planet? There is a strange thing. Even 100 projects are rated positive or satisfactory. The impact on the trajectory of nature loss, circularity, has been not really well presented. Something really didn't work. That's my very honest reflection. And I have been thinking a lot about what is missing from our trial, from our effort. My very maybe oversimplified reflection is that basically we are fighting against the current economic system, which is very linear system, not circular system. And if you listen to the morning session, the many speakers emphasized today's system is fossil fuel-based system. So all of our goodwill projects are basically fighting against this incumbent existing economic system, which is linear and which is very much fossil fuel-based. So individual effort of either projects or program are kind of, fighting against those big incentive structure. And that's one of the reasons, even if each of the project is making some progress and rated as satisfactory, but as collectively thinking, it's not really has yet to change the course. It's not really turned the tide. That's where we are. And today, for the next 20, 30 minutes, I just want to share with you maybe 3 things that what problem we are trying to solve, then where we are in this and our effort, then what needs to be done. So these are 3 things I want to talk. Yeah. So let us start with why circular economy now? Why today at this Global Environment Day, we were talking about circular economy? It's really a good question. It's very good, important selection of today's topic. From today's session, it is very clear that science informed us that we are very much reaching the capacity of the planetary Earth system. Maybe you may know very well about this planetary boundary concept. It's basically planet system scientists, created this concept of, in order for us to stay within the planetary boundary and to stay, to achieve for the sustainable prosperity, we have to find a way to live within these planetary boundaries. That is the concept. And they try to measure where we are in terms of this relationship. That then, as you can see, 6 out of 9 boundaries we have already transgressed. And unless we really change the course, we would be in a very problematic situation. That was also very much emphasized by morning session. And to us, the circular economy is a kind of cross-cutting a solution to it. So just going back to this first slide, from this planetary boundary concept, you can see the fundamental challenge is that how we can reset our current economic financial system with the natural system or the global planet system. So that is the fundamental question we are trying to solve. Today, this morning session, we talk a lot about how we can bring the system change to the energy system, the food system, and maybe mobility or other things that we will hear maybe from the afternoon session. But fundamentally, the challenge is how we can transform this current linear system towards more like a circular system, how we can bring each of the important key economic system to be much more sustainable. And to me, the circular economy is kind of cross-cutting way of seeing things. And if we were really able to mainstream that the circular economy thinking, it could provide a lot of solution to the challenge we are facing. Just to step aside a little bit about this story, we are hearing a lot of questions like a co-benefit, how much nature can provide a solution to climate change, how much circularity provide a solution to the climate change. I actually do not necessarily like this question because it kind of see things from, silo way. And then while we do appreciate there is a huge interlinkage or interaction that among those systems, but the fundamental question ahead of us is how we can continue collectively to strive or to live within these planetary boundaries. So that is a kind of challenge that we are trying to solve. So let's move on to the next topic, where we are on the circular economy. Again, from the morning session, you have already collected a lot of knowledge, the cutting-edge knowledge of where we are. While each one of us that are doing a lot of good effort on the circularity, either through projects or program or policy making, the progress has been very slow and fragmented. The very well used and this number, circularity metric, it stays at a very small number. It's about 7%. And the number hasn't really moved into the right direction. This basically means we extract the resources from the planet, and we take it to make it wasted, and only 7% of these extracted resources are going back to the production system. And remaining 90+% is either landfill, or going to the ocean, or burned and to exit the emission. So that then, our current economic system really is not really circular at all, and it's not really moving. Why is that? International Resource Panel very clearly showed that yes, there is a progress in circularity. However, material use outpaces the improvement of our effort of the circularity. So on balance, that we take more resources, and then that we are really going back, bringing back to the production system. That's where we are. Then that today you also hear from OECD representative that the policy effort, the program effort has been so fragmented, and it's not necessarily moving us to the right direction. Yes, that he also mentioned a lot of great effort made all over the world, but on balance, as a snapshot, that the progress has been kind of slow. And also, my last point on this slide is that if you look at where we are extracting resources, where we are making things, and where we are using it, that there is a huge issue of inequality, that much more resources are spent in the high-income or upper-middle-income countries. And then if you look at this, this footprint and also per capita, you see that this huge skewed distribution of this usage. Interestingly, I just put this slide because both Japan, which I am from, and Korea showed a very strong point here, that we imported a lot, we used a lot, and this is actually the quite high, particularly per capita comparison. So when we talk about this circularity issue, one dimension is really the international inequality and the distribution of cost and impacts. So let's not forget about it. Then let's move on to another very important topic, why the progress has been so slow. Why that the programs are not really effective. There are quite a number of analysis that what the program is. But as I mentioned at the beginning, one of the major factors is that we are fighting against this current linear system, and we were fighting with this fossil fuel-based system, and this system has been with us for centuries. And so it's really challenging to try to completely transform it. Another big challenge related to that is that we really don't know how to value economically those savings or the rewards from circularity. So even if our companies, the countries do the great thing, that the current system doesn't really appreciate it. So it's the same kind of story like a sustainability. You may have noticed that for the last few years, that our global effort of the sustainability has faced a backlash. And why is that? Even if we all understand that scientifically speaking, we need to pursue the circularity. The circularity as of today is not really profitable enough for companies to continue, because then outside the company, the system, current system, doesn't really reward naturally those efforts of the sustainability. So we are in a very strange situation that it's still there is a trade-off of trying to be green and also trying to be profitable. So how you can really move the system that the sustainability become a profitable business, to me, that is the fundamental question. And I see the same kind of challenge for the circularity. How we can make the system that the circularity be rewarded, economically rewarded, not just a nice words or nice gesture, but what is the incentive for us to continue to do the circularity? So that is something we really need to, we want to address. This slide is too busy, so I do not want to go through that. But fundamentally, what I'm trying to say is that from the program point of view, yes, we have a lot of good efforts to how to measure, how to report, how to disclose, so that we can compare that our progress either by company or by country, so that the outside world, or particularly market, can see that the progress, or that the which company is doing good and which company is maybe less. So that is important. But then in terms of measurement, we really don't have a standardized criteria of measurement. So that's a big challenge, one challenge. The second part of the challenge is, as I mentioned, there is not a kind of valuation system which really reward the good the practice of the company. This morning we heard a very interesting thing from the OECD and else, that we are maybe doing a lot of good things about penalize the bad thing, that either through tax or maybe to remove the subsidies. But we are not really able to create the good incentive system yet, so that we can naturally, incentivize the companies to do the right thing, or to progress the circularity. So that is kind of one takeaway from morning session. So this is another very complicated map. Again, I do not want to explain to you because I can't really explain too well to you. But this is basically to see that the flow of the materials, how much we take the resources, and then how to progress it, process it, and how to dispose it. And there are quite a number of aspects of this life cycle. So the point we want to make is that, again, if we just take input and output, we go back to this 7%, only 7% of that the resources extracted, actually going back to the economic system. But then another takeaway from this complicated life cycle picture is that maybe we need not only this 7% number, we need several indicators to take the snapshot of where we are. So we have been hearing a lot of the use of more complex, comprehensive the indicators. This is try to capture those, rather complex and life cycle system. And I think that later in the same panel, Patrick Chan, I hope that you can talk about an indicator system that we try to capture. But again, also the risk we were discussing is how to avoid the fragmentation, further fragmentation of the standards. So it's really the important balance of how to strike the balance of try to come up with a common framework, common indicators to capture where we are in terms of circularity, but to avoid that further fragmentation of those indicators and metrics. So this is my last slide. One of those initiatives try to do this, how to create a comparable, standardized measurement of the circularity, and then with the business, particularly focusing on the business needs. And then how to invite all stakeholders to be a part of that. The WBCSD, in collaboration with UNEP, One Planet Network, has started this exercise of global circularity protocol. The idea is that they try to learn that the GHG protocol, that the lessons, that yes, until recently, we don't really have a way to measure the carbon or the emission. But then once we are able to create a kind of protocol, at least we should be able to have a kind of common standard, common framework to capture those, let's say, in case of carbon emissions. Then that by doing that, at least the market can compare who is doing better than others. Then that it creates a kind of incentive that where the money should go to. So this protocol idea is really, really important. At the same time, that the circularity is maybe much more complex than just carbon. So there are so many other aspects coming into this the picture. So how we can really create the protocol. I have a lot of hope that as a part of this exercise, but again, I also see the huge challenge of doing that. I see the same challenge of also nature system, natural capital. I'm so happy to hear today, this morning, Bob Watson mentioned the current economic system doesn't really value that the natural capital, human capital, society capital, and we only take the measure of the GDP, that the success is measured by GDP, but this growth is unsustainable growth. It's very well said. So is it possible for us to come up with better measurement and of valuation so that market, the financiers do see where the money should really go to? To me, it's a maybe very long-term goal or ambitious goal, but unless we really address that kind of goal, I don't know how our efforts of either circularity or nature loss or energy transition really come out of the long big hole. So I'm hoping that this kind of forum is a good starting point to think about what is a real issue ahead of us and what is the best way to achieve it, where we can really put our collective effort against the current system. It just made me remind of my conversation exactly a decade ago. I was at the GEF CEO, and we initiated a conversation with global commons, global environmental commons, and we were thinking about how we can find a way for us to continue to be prosperous within the planetary boundaries. Then Johan Rockström said, in the Anthropocene, there is no externalities. We economists were talking about how to internalize externalities. That was a common language economists use. But Johan made it extremely clear, in the Anthropocene, there is no externalities. It took me quite some time to digest that remarks. I have to confess, I don't think we are yet searching for the solution to that, but this is show me that journey we need to make from the world, that there is a lot of externalities, and that adverse impacts are mostly borne by poorest, or that the least and very capacitated people, towards the Anthropocene, where there is no externalities. So let me stop here.
Thank you very much for your actually deep insights about the circularity, and also it's kind of very knowledgeable the speech about, especially about the global circularity, the protocols. So that's why, I mean, which area are you really focusing on? And also, it kind of said that you left us a lot of questions and works for our futures, especially about the circular economies. So I know also, great thanks to your great the speech, and I'd like to bring up our discussions about our sessions. Please, our discussants, please come up. Dr. Okay. Dr. Patrick Schroeder, he's a senior research fellow in the Chatham House, and Dr. John Carlo Delgado Ramos, he's also from the University of Mexico. And lastly, Dr. Sungjin Kim from the KEI. Yeah, I'd like to introduce our discussants a little bit in detail. Dr. Patrick Schroeder, he's an expert in global transition to an inclusive circular economy, which is very related to our keynote speeches. And he's actually tried to bridging the investment gap and the role of global trade and the contribution of a circular economy to achieving the SDGs. And he has a wide range of experience with the GIZ and Germany, the New Zealand, and also he studied at the China. So I think he's going to give us a lot of deep insights about the circular economy. And Dr. John Delgado, he's also an expert on climate change and cities and urban metabolism. He's worked at the University of Mexico, and he also served as a lot of different, like a global society, like including IPCC and the GEO. He's now currently the rapporteur of the Scientific Advisor Group of GEO7, and also he is also coordinating, leading author of IPCC Special Edition. Finally, the Sungjin Kim, he's my colleague also. He's from KEI. He's a climate policy researcher and currently served as the director of the Climate and Energy Division of KEI. He's also in a wide range of experience about the research institution and also the academia. He's now currently a member of the expert committee of the President's Commission on Carbon Neutrality and Green Growth, and also a member of Emission Allowance Allocation Committee under the Ministry of Economy and Finance. Now, let's start with the question with Dr. Schroeder. My question is, based on your expertise and based on your experiences, how can circular economy indicators actually integrate into national climate policies and with NDC or the low emission strategies?
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you for the question and the introduction. I want to start, well, the 3R principles, reduce, reuse, recycle. I want to check, did you bring your towel from the other session so we can practice how to reuse it? So whenever I say plastics, you hold up your banner. Only if you want to, of course. Okay. Thank you for the question. I think it's very timely to ask this because at the moment many countries are in the process of preparing for COP30 and like updating NDCs, and circular economy is becoming important for this. One of the figures that's often used is that 45% of greenhouse gases relate to material use, and that's in many cases not covered by the NDCs at the moment, which mainly focus on greenhouse gas emissions and energy use, some other sectors, but not the materials as such. So it brings together these approaches, including plastics, obviously will be relevant. Anybody? No. Okay. just joking. Now I lost my train of thought, but actually this process started about 3 years ago when the organization REP published the first paper looking at which NDCs had mentions of circular economy. And so they found that 79 countries had some kind of commitment to circular economy. About 50 countries mentioned various circular activities, but 60 plus countries didn't have any mention of all. And RAP also commented that these NDCs and the mention of circular economy was wildly inconsistent. So basically, not any common framework or indicators or metrics being used. So that was 2022, and then actually UNEP, the One Planet Network, 10YFP, together with UNFCCC and UNDP published a kind of toolbox to provide some guidance to countries on how to do this in a more structured way. And they're suggesting 4 steps. And the first of these steps is to identify hotspots of greenhouse gas emissions in material use. And there's some aspects to that are relevant for every country, but depending on the economic structure and industrial sectors of countries, so that varies as well. And that's again where indicators come in, and lots of countries probably won't have the data at the moment to make these assessments properly. Then the next step is to identify which circular strategy or circular practice will be relevant to address those embodied emissions. Then the third step is what types of policies do you put in place to address that, to implement the circular strategies. And this is now actually where it brings in policies like standard producer responsibility that are not generally associated with climate mitigation, but they then help address that. And the fourth step is to assess and track progress and monitor, and report this then in the biannual, what's it called, biannual traceability reports that are submitted to the UNFCCC. So that was the one of the reports and the guidelines, and actually GIZ just last year published an updated methodology on how to do this. It's a bit more complex, provides actually a lot of data sheets that can be used also by countries, so very detailed guidance, but it's actually already too complex just to give to countries and say, go and do this. So there needs to be more capacity building that this can be done. And actually, just 3 weeks ago in Sao Paulo, during the World Circular Economy Forum, they held a 3-day workshop with countries exactly on this topic, how to integrate circularity into the updated NDCs. So that's happening, and we probably will see now more NDCs including circular economy topics, but also NDCs probably mentioning plastics more often. And I think this is a good development. It will take longer really to see this over time in a systematic way. But I think it also resonates with some of the messages of the new COP president, Ambassador Correa de Lago, who emphasizes that now is the time for implementation. So he wants to see, and he sees circularity, nature-based solutions, the bioeconomy as ways of addressing climate change and the related issues. So I think that will be also then leading to the COP, and circularity will be discussed also in more detail at the COP and beyond. So I'll just stop here now. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, the actual climate change arena is also is very serious thinking about circular economy. How but the point is how we can involve their efforts and it works into the NDC. But yeah, it's based on your observation, it's still it's working, but still needs more collaborative actions will be needed for our near future. Thank you very much. Maybe another question will be back to you, but thank you very much. And then my next question goes to Dr. Delgado. You also have a lot of experience in all of the regions, but I'd like to focus on the Latin America and the Caribbean regions. So are there any specific policy initiative, the project in your region, with it showing how the harmonized the circular economy metrics support both circular policy and also low the carbon the transitions. It's going to be very difficult. Yeah, questions.
Thank you. Well, I think we are in a very peculiar process in which we are moving from the implementation of sustainable waste management that was a proposal from the 90s. And in the last years, we're moving towards circularity. So we have several regulations, mainly at the national level. They are moving towards a subnational level. We have very few cases at the local level, at the city level as well. So we have certain metrics that we inherit from sustainable waste management, but not precisely on circularity. And well, I work more at the local level, at the urban level. And when we go to the cities, in general, data is an issue. It's inconsistent, mainly in Latin America and in the global south in general. We have a lot of data that is inconsistent, that is not curated correctly. We have a lot of gaps in information and data. So when we go to the circular economy, then we won't find a systematic follow-up of what is going on. What we do find, there are certain metrics that are being developed and tracked. There's a monitoring of certain results from projects that are being developed by the private sector. So in the case of Mexico, that's a case that I know in a way. The main and the initial efforts for circular economy schemes have been developed by the private sector. Mainly the beverage bottle companies, they start strongly. We have petrochemical companies that have been producing what they call kind of like an eco polyethylene. Actually, it's a mix of recycled polyethylene and virgin polyethylene, but that's another effort. So these type of companies are producing these metrics. We do have very interesting cases for the tequila industry. They are using the leaves that is part the waste of the production. These leaves are being converted into active carbon that is again used in the same process of the production of tequila. So we have different cases. There, well, at the south of the country, there is culinary. Yucatan, and particularly one city that is Merida, is called for different dishes made on pig. And they found a way of a partnership. It's an industrial symbiosis between a producer of cookies. All the waste of the cookies are then pelletized for feeding the pigs. So they have to standardize several processes within and change a little bit the processes of the production of cookies, and they have to standardize the production of pellets so they could work for feeding the pigs. So there are different kind of private efforts like that, and they have developed certain metrics, and this is being standardized. There are a lot of efforts of the private sector of getting to know the different experiences across the country. These experiences have been mainly sponsored by international organizations, international cooperation. But that's the strongest, let's say, experiences that we have in the country. We have a few that are newer that are from the public sector. So I just want to say a couple of those. In the Mexico City developed a circular economy law that followed actually the general law at the federal level. And through the law, well, they actually actioned the need of developing metrics, and they, by law, they need to conform a task group for developing metrics on circular economy, and that will have to be done by this government. Anyway, in the previous government, they built a couple of a factory that is converting organic waste into carbon. That's one of the cases. The other one, it's the only public plant that recycles asphalt, and at the same time they emitted a standard for public construction, so they have to use certain percentages of recycled material in specific types of infrastructure development in the city. So they created in a way the recycled product and the standard to use it at the same time. So those are the kind of things that are happening, but we still lack of metrics, but I think that the effort is going on.
Well, thank you very much for your answers. I mean, believe it or not, I mean, to me, like Mexico is one of the most creative and a very advanced urban policy in the world. It's just my personal opinions, because well, I'm studying city and regional planning, and when I learned about very creative urban policies, always in the Mexican cases, like always at the top of the cases. So, well, I never been there, but yeah, I saw a lot of very good cases, and also creative cases from the Mexico. But anyway, I'm very happy to hear about. I mean, a lot of private sectors are actually actively engaged in the circular, especially about the materials. And also, it seems like a very local actions are very active in Mexico, and also the government is also working on about making some legislative the sound. I mean, the support to booming up the circular economy. Thank you for your casing, pointing out some cases and also actions of your regions. And my final the question goes to Dr. Songjin Kim. He's my colleague. Well, I know his expertise, and also I know he has a lot of experience. So the question is, how is Korea working to develop a robust circular economy metrics that are aligned with its climate mitigation and also adaptation goals?
Okay. Thank you for the introduction and difficult question, Dr. Chang. Let me begin with a simple but important point. Korea cannot reach carbon neutrality without deeply cutting emissions from its industrial sector, especially in steel, cement, and petrochemicals. These are some of the most emission-intensive sectors in Korea's economy, and they are also the hardest to decarbonize. Many of the key technologies are still in the early stages of development or far from commercial viability. This is exactly why Korea must now begin to treat the circular economy not just as a waste or resource issue, but as a core strategy for climate change mitigation. And to support that shift, we need a new generation of circular economy metrics that are directly linked to our greenhouse gas targets. Current indicators tend to focus on waste volumes and recycling rates, but that's not enough. We need metrics that can capture emissions reductions across the full material life cycle, from resource extraction to production, use, reuse, and recycle. Let me briefly outline 5 directions we believe are critical in building such a metric system. First, we need indicators that quantify reductions in primary material input and extension of product lifespans. We need to be able to measure how much steel, aluminum, or cement can be avoided through longer-lasting, repairable buildings, appliances, and vehicles. These metrics must clearly connect material efficiency to emission reductions. Second, We need metrics for high quality recycling and secondary material substitution. It's not just about the quantity of recycling, but its effectiveness. We should measure the carbon savings from using recycled plastics, recovering rare metals from e-waste, and applying minimum recycled content standards in manufacturing. Third, we must capture changes in consumer behavior and use models. Subscription-based consumption, eco-labeling, and digital green nudges are growing fast. Metrics should reflect how much carbon is avoided through access-based models or better-informed consumer choices. Fourth, we need process-level metrics for circular production design, modularity, and industrial symbiosis. For example, when byproducts from steel mills are used in cement production or food waste is converted into biogas, we need metrics that track and quantify those circular flows. Fifth, and lastly, we need spatially disaggregated metrics that account for the efforts of cities and regions. Local governments are playing an active role through reuse centers, repair services, and smart recycling systems. These contributions should be reflected in national monitoring and NDC implementation. But designing these metrics will require more than technical modeling. It will require institutional leadership, interministerial coordination, and investment in data infrastructure. Still, we believe this work is not optional. If Korea is to meet its NDCs and 2050 carbon neutrality goal, circular economy metrics must become a core part of our climate policy framework. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Kim. Well, I think he summarized, whole range of, our the mitigation policy or the climate change policies with the circular economy's metrics. So, thank you for mentioning some of our achievement and also the plans from Korea. Now I'm going to go back to the Dr. Ishii about having heard about our discussions and also the based on the speeches. Just 1 minute, just 1 or 2 minutes in the summary, and then I'll get some questions from the floor.
Well, thank you so much. I'm hearing a lot of efforts on all over the world, from every quarter of the world. When to me, still the question remains that all those good efforts really to adapt to this huge system change, which the morning session, particularly Bob Watterson, made it so clear to us, actually challenge us, that what we are seeing is a complete system change of our human economy and the financial system he mentioned, and so that we can continue to live in harmony with the planet system. One thing which maybe I also missed from my presentation is that, and it's somehow captured by my previous, my colleague here, is how can we really value that those efforts, particularly maybe saved resources or avoided emission, those kind of things, that we really don't have a comprehensive system to create the monetary value of those coming from those efforts. So that is something we can continue to, to explore. Actually, city case is interesting because city as a more like a complete, kind of semi-complete system that the city government can create much better incentive through city design and also partnership with the private sector. So it's a good model that how that the system can really incentivize the good thing, actually penalty the bad thing, but can we really do it at a global scale? I think that is a kind of, next way. So I put a lot of mentioning about the need of standardized the measurement system or the framework, monitoring framework, But then together with this standardization of the measurement, what we need to create is a valuation system, not just a value on paper, but the value created, that then creation of the value through the economic and finance system. That's something that we need to put much more effort in it.
Well, thank you very much. I'm going to take some of the questions from the floor. Yes, I saw you. Okay, I'm going to start with the lady from in the middle. Identify yourself and just pick any discussions or just give us general.
I'm Joita Gupta, University of Amsterdam, and thank you all for your presentations. Now, I would like to engage in a discussion with you because I think that we don't necessarily have to give incentives to companies to reduce their pollution. We need to punish them for their past pollution. We are really talking about liability, and we are talking about creating resources for this, because whether we talk about electronic waste or plastic waste or any of the issues we're talking about, greenhouse gases. For greenhouse gases, we've known about this for 250 years. For plastic and PFAS and all this, we've known for 30 years. I think that we really need to, we cannot provide incentives to business to do better. We have to provide disincentives because there isn't enough money to provide all the businesses more money to do better. So in my mind, and I've been thinking about this for a long time, I really think it is now time for us to also hold not just the CEOs accountable, because most Fortune 500 company CEOs are there for only 3.5 years, so they don't really care about the employment of their people, but also prime ministers and presidents, they come for 4 years, they go off. How do we hold them accountable? Because the science is there. So I would like to change that narrative from incentive to disincentive, and maybe then it becomes easier for us to find a way forward. Thank you.
Well, any reaction from Dr. Ishii? Or yes, yeah. Yep. And, first reaction from the Patrick Schroeder, and then go to the Dr. Delgado. After that.
Yeah, no, that's a great comment and question. And you mentioned liability at the beginning. So within the work we're doing in GEO, in our chapter, so that's actually an interesting development. So there's extended producer responsibility, and one of the other authors in the chapter said, no, we need to talk about full producer liability. And so we included this in the draft, and then we got lots of feedback from the reviewers, including from various government reviewers, to say, no, this is not a thing, extended producer responsibility. So we changed this, that we talk about the EPR, but we also say there could be an evolution of this policy towards broader liability. So we have been thinking about this also as we're writing GEO. And I want to mention the other case that was recently decided by a German court. So the energy producer RWE, and that's a lawsuit that's been going on for many, many years. So the farmer from Peru was suing the German energy company for the damage and requesting compensation for the loss of his house. So in that specific case, actually, it's interesting. It was ruled that the attribution of the German energy company directly to the loss of property by the Peruvian farmer could not be established, so he didn't get compensation. But the court ruled that there is actually a case for companies to be held liability and pay compensation for climate damage. So I think that's kind of like a legal precedent that we've seen, and we might see more of those coming in the future. So I think there's some things happening which are in that respect positive to see.
Yeah, Dr. Delgado.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pick on from the last idea that throw Patrick. There are several lawsuits related to trade. So while I was listening to the question, but also this morning some of the presentations, I think there's a huge complexity when we want to push forward or accelerate a circular economy because there are several inertias and a lot of interest, not only from private companies, but also from governments. So I'm thinking in the case of countries that most of their economy is based on oil, what it means to phase out the plastics and all this petrochemical industry in terms of economy. It also has certain social impact. So phasing out that means also building the alternatives of a different economy, transition to a different model. And that includes trade. And I'm thinking trade in two levels. Trade in terms of the huge trade flows that are in the economy in our countries, all the manufacturing processes that are carried out in the global south with a lot of ecological impacts that stayed in the country, and also trade of waste. I'm just gonna say the name. Our neighbor in the north exports most of their plastics to Mexico. So we're specializing in recycling waste. So if we are thinking only on economics, then we are gonna see countries that are going to specialize in circular economy in the worst, with the worst techniques of recycling. So we need to think about all these socio-ecological impacts of waste imports, and we need to do something about it, because at the very bottom, for me, it's an issue of social justice and a way that we can think a different system from trade, from economics, and circularity can add a lot of it, but we need to think it right.
Thank you. So any question or comment from the floor? I think none. Dr. Ishii, can you finalize some of the reaction?
Yeah, I'll just put some remarks on the last series of the discussion. To me, to penalize the bad thing and incentivize or reward the good thing is the kind of, the two faces of the same coin. But fundamentally, what we are trying to do is to change the current economic system. That without really fundamentally changing it, the same kind of things will just go on. Just maybe good example of trade of Amazon. I mean, the deforestation of the product of the product of coming from Brazil, maybe produced through deforestation. Europe tried to stop it, and it's more like penalizing the bad deed. But if it could combine with rewarding a sustainable practice of the Amazon people, that will complete the picture in my mind. So that not only just penalize the bad thing, but actually create that rewarding system for the good thing. Then the picture will complete, and from current system to a much more ideal system. So that's what I think that I'm trying to say. And without cutting two sides, we just continue to stay within this the challenging time. So how we can really move on to this valuation side in a much more comprehensive way. So that is the message I'm trying to say. And these people, let's say Amazon, that the indigenous people, community people, the forest people are just doing those safeguarding global commons for free for us. We need to reward them. That is the most important part, the other side of the coin. Without completing that, rewarding the good deed, we just, to me, just punishing the bad deed is not really bringing us to the new system. So let's see the holistic picture. That's going to be my message.
Thank you very much. Well, I think our time is running very close to our next sessions. So I think circular economy is also, it's not an easy task, and also climate neutral policy is not an easy task. So now, but we have to combine those two big our challenges into one. I think that that's the only some of has to be. I mean, we have to work together. We have to collaborate together. We have to think those things together. We find some of very good examples in Mexico about kind of starting point about how we can combine those two big policies, and hopefully we can get a probably good output from this collaboration of these two big policies, I believe. So anyway, I would like to thank all the participants here and also the organizers, and also my special thanks to Dr. Ishii and also Dr. Schroeder and Dr. Delgado and Dr. Kim for our valuable comments or discussions. Thank you very much. Now I'm gonna close our sessions. Please, keep in mind that we have another sessions, followed by our session. Okay. Thank you very much.
We will have a group photo session. We will now take a 10-minute break, and the last session will begin at 4:40 p.m. Thank you. We will now begin the last session of today's forum. The theme of this session is mainstreaming nature, integrating ecosystems into policy, planning, and development. Our moderator for the last session is Professor Yoon Jae-yong from Seoul National University. Professor Yoon has also served as the 12th president of the Korea Environment Institute. Please give him a warm round of applause. Now I will give the floor to Professor Yoon to begin the session.
Thank you. Nice introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is... Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jae-yong Yoon, professor from Seoul National University. Good news is this is final meeting of today. You must be a little bit tired, I guess. Okay, I have the honor of serving as moderator for this session. This session, mainstreaming nature, integrating ecosystem into policy planning and development. You may remember previous session is same structure, is integrating is circular economy into policy making. It's the same way. I'd like to extend my warmest welcome to all the participants, is ecologist, environmental planner, and policy expert from Korea and around the world. We are currently facing a dual crisis, climate change and biodiversity loss. These challenges are not confined to a single sector, but rather demand systematic transformation across the all sector of the society. In this context, today's session aimed to explore practical pathway for integrating ecosystem into core of policy planning development decisions. In particularly, our discussion today is framed around two global implementation frameworks you may be familiar with. First one, Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. is called GBF. That adopted in late 2022, GBF vision, living in harmony with nature by 2050. It set out 23 global targets and 4 overarching goals, emphasizing not only conservation, but also mainstreaming of biodiversity across a broad range of the sector, which is land use, urban planning, agriculture, water management, and so forth. Second framework is forthcoming GEO7 reported by UNEP, the 7th Global Environmental Outlook. That's the UNEP's flagship environmental assessment. It provides comprehensive overview of global environmental trend and outline the systematic transition needed to achieve a more sustainable future. Now, the focus of today's sessions is place special emphasis how these international frameworks and commitment can be translated into national policies and planning processes and assessment system. Our discussion will be structured around the following 3 key themes. First one, how can global biodiversity target be translated into policy relevant knowledge? That's the first one. Second one is what scientific or administrative mechanisms are needed to institutionalize ecosystem-based approaches within national system. That's the second one. Third one, how can effective science policy interfaces and knowledge co-production be achieved? Now, we have experts, Canada, Switzerland, US, and Korea joining us today. Will share practical insight grounded in their respective national experience and research. Today's session will 75 minutes, will feature 5 discussants. We will follow Davos style discussion format. Okay, let's go on. Now let's begin the discussion. Our first questions goes to Professor Jonathan Davis from University of British Columbia. Please go ahead, your discussion.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. Insight of upcoming GEO7 synthesis and urgency to achieve GBF target 1, which is spatial planning. Second is ecosystem restorations. And third, protected area coverage. How can ecosystem services modeling and scenario analysis inform land use decision in biodiversity hotspot? Could you reference tools like InVest and Nature Future Framework? That's the questions.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. Is this on for me? No. Am I doing any better? No. It is working now. Thank you. So thank you for the invitation to participate in this panel. I'm coming at it from a very academic perspective. I'm a biodiversity scientist, and just to remind ourselves like where we are, we're in this biodiversity crisis. We have 1 million species at risk of extinction. Probably that's an underestimate. We don't even know the true number of species. It might be an order of magnitude more. So that 1 million species is very, very conservative. We've lost maybe 5 to 10% of the genetic diversity within species. That genetic diversity provides species with the capacity to adapt to changing environment. So right now, we are changing the environment at unprecedented and historic rates. At the same time, we're reducing the species to adapt to that change. The loss of biodiversity is precipitating ecosystem collapses. We've already seen ecosystems like the Aral Sea collapse, Easter Island collapse, and we're seeing other species walking towards that process of collapse. This is now an existential concern because these ecosystems provide what we commonly refer to as ecosystem services, nature's contributions to people, and these have immense value. We often undervalue these services. Some of these services have market value. These are timber products, these are fish from the oceans or lakes, things we can bring to the market and sell and have a dollar value. There are other ecosystem services which are harder to put value on, sequestering carbon. Now we've got carbon markets to try to capture some of that value. There's even more difficult services that ecosystems provide, that feeling of well-being by being in a forest. Every year I take off a couple of weeks, I go hiking, I leave my computer behind, I'm in nature. This is the best time of my year. I love doing this. I can't put a value on that. And these are really hard questions we need to ask ourselves. It's like, how do we value nature? And of course, we've attempted to do so multiple times, and there's a framework such as the sort of framework where we try to place values on ecosystems and push that as a framework for conservation, the protection of biodiversity. And this is sometimes called the sort of natural capital. This is the investment in biodiversity. And we can think of nature providing us with this sort of endowment, right? So we've got all these natural systems that provide these goods and services. And if we look after that endowment, we can live off the interest. That's sustainability, that's sustainable living. Right? If we're not living sustainably, we're burning down that capital. Right? And that means not only do we have less in the bank, we get less interest in the future. So we're reducing the ability of future generations to benefit from that biodiversity that we're using today. And so this sort of view of it as natural capital, where we have stocks and flows of nature, of biodiversity, and we can look after that biodiversity. We can grow our portfolio. Right? We can invest in it, and so the extent of those ecosystems, that's the size of our bank account, or the number of shares we have. How healthy that ecosystem is, right? That's like the quality of shares we have. Are we buying Bitcoin, right? Or are we buying stocks in banks, something solid that will return on investment long term into the future? And so this natural capital framework allows us to consider biodiversity, nature, ecosystems as an investment which we can look after, we can grow, and we can all benefit from. And the thing we want to avoid doing, again, is to reduce that capital. That's living non-sustainably. And so the way to integrate these sorts of frameworks into conservation action is to figure out where we can maximize the biodiversity benefits we receive, given that it's unevenly distributed around the world. And so there's growing evidence that more biodiverse regions, areas where that's greater diversity of species, of populations, of genotypes, provide us with a greater diversity of ecosystem services, and the ecosystem function is greater. And often, or this is commonly referred to these as hotspots. So hotspots of biodiversity, and this allows us to focus our efforts where investment in conservation gives us our best return for our conservation dollar. And so we can be proactive in terms of protecting areas before they become degraded. It's much, much easier to keep healthy ecosystems intact than it is to restore degraded ecosystems. I mean, we need to do both, obviously. That's part of our wide portfolio. But the hotspot approach is identifying regions which are biodiverse, have biodiversity which is not found elsewhere. That greater biodiversity provides a greater diversity of ecosystem services. Communicate the diversity of those ecosystem services and those diversity of values to policymakers, and we can do that now, at least for some of those services which are easier to put a dollar amount on. And we've got economic methods which allow us to capture some of those more ephemeral, hard to quantify services, the willingness to pay for a service even if we can't bring it to a market. And we can think about the stocks and flows when we burn out too much of that natural capital, we lose some of that biodiversity, we reduce our ability to benefit from that interest, and the restoration helps us grow those stocks again. And so this is one way we can think about in a sort of, marginally we're using biodiversity, but we're also benefiting from it, and the biodiversity benefit from us because the larger our bank account, right, that's more helpful to biodiversity and the more we benefit from it. So we have this sort of symbiotic relationship with our bank account and our well-being and our economic health. And so this is a goal we should strive towards. And I just want to add one cautionary note about our focus on narrow services. And just this is a true story of, happened to me a couple of years ago when I bumped into an old colleague from university many, many years ago. And he was working for a venture capitalist funded firm, just entering the carbon market. They got something like $20 or $30 million of venture capitalist funding, and they were looking for biodiversity co-benefits. Where could they invest in the carbon market, protecting forests, where they could also protect biodiversity? I thought, this is amazing, this is great. Right? This is an opportunity where we can get biodiversity and, by extension, ecosystem services into this newly evolving market where there's lots of money coming in. And I was, this is fantastic. And so I was kept in touch with him. And a year and a half later, I bumped into him again. We went out and I was asking him, well, what happened to the biodiversity credits? He said the company, still going very strong. They were in their second round of venture capitalist funding, $50 million. But they're investing in carbon capture. And the biodiversity credits, they dropped that because it's now not part of their research or their company portfolio. Right? Because there's this one danger if we don't focus on that diversity of benefits, the ones the ecosystem goods we can bring to market, the ecosystem services such as fresh water, clean air, which have immense values, but sometimes we only realize those values once they're lost, but also that feeling of well-being that nature gives us, right? That's something that's really hard to put in these values. And IPBES has done a world of good trying to incorporate that in its nature's contributions to people. So there are additional frameworks we can think about, but we've got to be careful when we put that dollar amount on biodiversity. It's a powerful argument for policymakers, but if we rest all our cards on that one principle, we can paint ourselves into a corner where it's no longer financially sensible for policymakers to protect biodiversity. We don't want to put ourselves in that position. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I will go to next discussion. However, I will leave the question to Jonathan Davis for later. As you mentioned about value of nature or biodiversity, it has been neglected, right? Then also you said is that hotspot area, biodiversity hotspot has to be preserved or protected, right? Then you mentioned you wanted to educate policymakers, right, to do that. But what can we do? They do not listen, follow your suggestions, right? That's my questions. Okay, second, my question goes to Henry Ruff. your work in mountain and arid region intersect with nature society feedback under environmental stress. How can transdisciplinary framework like socio-ecological system modeling support mainstreaming biodiversity in national development strategy, especially where data is sparse or institutions are weak? Right. Go ahead. You.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Jonathan, for your very inspirational talk. I think I read that article you mentioned about commodification of nature is not only problematic in itself, but it bears the risk that if technology allows you to shift your, in that case, carbon sequestration, you are basically creating a major problem where you initially had the intention to protect forests through carbon credits. And that article has been very, very fascinating. So thank you for your question. I think I'll work backwards. We work in areas where we try to see how marginalized communities, mainly extensive pastoralists who move on very extensive systems, contribute by doing so to great ecosystem services in terms of landscaping, producing very high quality food and proteins and milk and cheeses, and also perpetuate all sorts of cultural values in those vast ecosystems over long stretches of land where they are mobile with their animals and they go from pasture to pasture. And these people are often marginalized because either they are landless, their rights are not recognized, they have to really struggle to access land and pasture. And it can be also that the mobility, which is the main feature for climate change adaptation, is sometimes impeded by other projects like tree plantations or major projects that don't allow them to move anymore or to move with lots of difficulties. Okay, so what do we want to do as scientists? We, in our projects, we have very clear theory of changes, and we have also solution pathways that we explore, all the way to really integrating political processes as to influence parliament members, as to take part in the design, the drafting, and the consultation of policies, rules, laws. And we as scientists organize that. We provide that as a service to the governments for supporting laws that can then give some access rights to those marginalized people. So then, as your question rightly mentions, we need to have evidence for influencing those processes, those political processes as scientists. And we use our authority as scientists to do that. And you say it very rightly, in those complex systems, we are very much in a transdisciplinarity environment where we need soil scientists, we need livestock scientists, we need anthropologists, we need geographers, we need all kinds of a variety of scientists that can go to the field, collect the data that you rightly mentioned is sparse, negotiate with institutions that have other agendas than just supporting marginalized communities. And we have to build a story around the data we collect, the analysis we do, to be able to come up to those politicians with a story, explaining to them that supporting those marginalized communities is one thing. They benefit from that. The politicians themselves have to understand that the Ajar pastoralist community in the Hindu Kush Mountains, in the Deer Valleys, Swat Valleys, and near to on the edge of the Himalayas in Pakistan contribute yearly by more than $60 million to the economy of the province of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. If they do that, if they support these communities, they reduce the risk of those communities engaging into what we call Talibanizations, meaning they have an incentive of joining those rebellious groups against the government to express their frustration they have against landlords that are making their lives extremely difficult. And therefore, the engagement the government can have to support those communities can also reduce conflicts. To do that, for example, we have to provide evidence that the breeds of livestock that these communities are the custodians of, and these are breeds that can support very harsh conditions. They can graze on very, very low quality grasses, and they can really continue producing milk and meat in very, very harsh conditions on very, very steep slopes. They are very small cows, very small animals. Some of the sheep are almost the size of a big chicken, so they're very, very small, but extremely adaptive to these very rough environments. So we have to provide the evidence for that. So as scientists, with our livestock science colleagues, we go and do all kinds of measures. We publish articles where we explain what kind of management, livestock management we have with these certain breeds and why the government has an interest in supporting those communities to conserve those breeds. So it's a very vast environment of landscape, ecosystems, communities, livestock. We even document, for example, the type of tree species that the government would gain in planting along the transhuming routes, so that when those pastoralists are transhuming, they find fodder trees that can support their animals with fodder, rather than planting eucalyptus and pine trees, which they do all over the place under those afforestation programs that are run in all arid areas around the world. So it is really the way we work. We go all the way through to the political processes. We try to influence it, we support it, with the goal of creating a theory of change that can support those marginalized communities. And the narrative we have, again, is not a narrative where we put forward why these communities are important, and they are important, and their rights are very important. But the narrative we have, we turn it around and we explain what does the government, how can the government benefit from supporting those communities? It's a very much selfish prism, but we try to use that with our data to be able to influence the processes.
Okay. 영어로 하려고 했는데
So I was going to continue in English, but it's becoming more and more difficult for me to proceed in English, so I'm just going to speak in Korean. And so
next to Henry Ruff.
Audio system, right? 예. 그러니까 제가 이해한 바로는
okay, so to my understanding, so Dr. Henry Ruff has been looking into the marginalized groups who live in the very mountainous areas and arid regions. And so they are basically living in that kind of area, and Dr. Ruff has been studying those groups. So there are those landscapes, and there are also the communities living there. So we can think about the ecosystem, preserve it, and at the same time we can also support the communities, the human societies and communities. And so I think he has shared his thoughts based on his personal experiences, because he has actually studied Myanmar and Pakistan, and so I had discussion with him, and apparently he's an economist, but he had also studied Pakistan and Vietnam and many of these areas. So I think many of you may have some questions for Dr. Rueff. But anyway, for now, let's go on to the third panelist, to Professor Sandra Correa. Are you ready to go?
Yes. Are you ready?
Yes, can you hear me? So let me ask a question. So to Professor Sandra Correa, she is teaching at Mississippi State University, and the question to you, Professor Correa, is about water. So with the increasing pressure on freshwater ecosystem, how can the environmental flow assessment combined with the ecosystem service valuation be integrated into water governance? So through biodiversity sensitive hydrological planning, is there a specific case in the US or Latin America that show how wetland functionality, for example, was preserved through such a hydrological planning? So that is my question. So please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. And I first want to thank the Korean Environment Institute for the invitation to participate in this session. And I wish I was there in person. So let me start, let me try to start answering this question by highlighting how complex water governance is. And why is that? Because we need to think about that all living organisms, including us, depend on water. And when we think about environmental flows, which is basically a determination of how much water is needed to maintain healthy ecosystems, that is a very useful approach to understand the complexity of interlinkages of the water cycle. And when we combine that approach with ecosystem service valuation, then it expands the focus to human needs. So, and that helps us identify very specific aspects that need to be targeted for better water governance, like, for instance, the hydrology or the connectivity or the water quality. So I'm going to give you all an example of a collaborative transdisciplinary effort that we're doing in the Amazon River Basin. And because there is people from all over the world there, so I want to put the context, where is the Amazon Basin and its size. So it's the largest watershed in the world. It has about 6 million square kilometers. And because the watershed is home to 50 million people that live in 8 countries and 1 French territory, can you imagine how complicated the transnational governance is? So to give you a better idea of the size of the basin, it crosses the South American continent. It goes from the Andean Mountains through a very vast extent of lowlands all the way to the Atlantic Ocean. And the lowlands are in the majority dominated by wetlands that are annually flooded and with a very predictable hydrological cycle that lasts several months. So that means that it creates some sort of like amphibian landscape, if you wish. So to help define the problem, so the Amazon is located in the tropics. So you can think of a lot of water, rainfall, hot weather. But the freshwater ecosystems in Amazonia are facing significant challenges. And that is due to large-scale deforestation, to the construction of hydrological dams, hydropower dams, and then the intensification of the hydrological cycle. And that means that what we are experiencing is extreme drought events and extreme flooding events that are linked to climate change. And that is manifested, for instance, in that now we are having century droughts once or twice every decade. So that is just to give you an idea of the magnitude of the changes we are seeing. So to tackle the problem of how can we define conservation targets? So what actions can we take to conserve freshwater ecosystems in the Amazon at a watershed scale? We need to first define baselines. So that was our first step, which is to understand what is the variability in the natural flow regimes of the water and the sediments across the watershed. And then we focus on defining what were the major aquatic ecosystems, and then we characterize how a species will adapt to these altered hydrological conditions. So we set up scenarios where we look at what happened if flooding becomes unpredictable, or it becomes shorter or longer. And also we then define which plants and animals can serve as indicators that can be monitored to assess state change, so basically ecosystem change. On the other hand, fisheries are a critical ecosystem service in the Amazon region because they not only support livelihoods, but they are a key component of food security. To give you an idea, the Amazon has one of the largest freshwater fish consumption per capita in the world. Basically, a person eats a pound of fish a day. Then we analyze the stocks of giant migratory fishes. So I'm talking about catfishes that can reach 2 meters in length. And they undertake some of the longest migrations within a continent. So we propose that the conservation of those species is focused on maintaining the hydrological connectivity and the wetland habitats where they depend on, and then as well as implementing fishery moratoriums for the species that have stocks that have been depleted by overfishing. So then after that, so after we establish all of that information, then the next step was to facilitate a discussion forum with the stakeholders. And that included indigenous communities, academia, NGOs, government, so people from natural resource agencies from the government of the different countries. And then we shared the information, and then we defined the action plans. So one of those action plans was to restore riparian and floodplain forests. I am involved in that, and I'll talk more about that later. And then another group is developing computer models that are helping to define where new hydropower dams are going to be placed, considering trade-offs. So for instance, if it's placed in this part of the watershed, then it will reduce water or sediment flows, or it will affect fisheries, or it will be affecting fish biodiversity more or less, depending on the location. So to conclude, I want to point to this conceptual model that is being projected. So in this model, the green diamonds represent actions. And that means actions that can be translated into conservation investment. The research must focus on understanding the processes, which are the rectangles, the white rectangles. And when we start thinking about a watershed, then we need to think that the major element, if you wish, is fresh water. So if you don't have fresh water, then you don't have a functional watershed. So the focus needs to be on maintaining water. How can we maintain water? Well, the two main drivers that maintain the water cycle are, and the drivers are in blue, so those blue with the arrows are atmospheric circulation and evapotranspiration that produce rainfall.
Sandra,
Yes?
Right. Make it short.
Yes, of course. And so basically what I'm trying to say is that we need to have a clear understanding of the interlinkages that are driving the systems. And with that, then we can focus, we can find which aspects we need to focus on. So the conservation actions are restoring watersheds, maintaining flowing rivers, and then protecting our fishing, and then stopping pollution. And so basically, this is a long process, but once we understand those interlinkages, then we can develop a more effective management strategy for aquatic ecosystems and water governance. Thanks.
Right, thank you very much, Professor Sandra Correa. 이분은 이제 아마존의
So she is an expert on the freshwater system in the Amazon area, which is a very complex system. So a lot of fish is living in the system, and the fishing is an important industry, and people eat fish a lot in this area. There's a complex problem that she had to deal with to incorporate into a policy action. So thank you very much.
So I would just like to say that this session has to finish by 5:55. So right now it's 5:20 and we have about 30 minutes left. And we have 2 remaining panelists, which means that each of you have to finish by within 10 minutes. And then during the remaining 10 minutes, I would like to ask the audience if they have any questions or comments. So that's how we're going to proceed. Next, I would like to ask a question to Dr. Lee Hoo-seung from the KEI. So how is the Republic of Korea reflecting the post-2020 GBF targets, like Target 14, which is mainstreaming biodiversity in economic sectors, which is what we're talking about right now, and then there's Target 12, which is about urban biodiversity. So how are you going to reflect these targets in national spatial plans? So that's the question I'm going to give you. So how does the KEI approach cross-sectoral integration scientifically? So the floor is yours. So hi, my name is Hoo-seung Lee from KEI. So I'll just take up about 5 minutes. So if you look at Target 12 and 1214, like coming up with spatial plans and urban biodiversity. So first of all, in Korea, the biodiversity does have a integrated assessment system, and so we have had for a long period of time them being properly expressed, and so we have an ecosystem map. So basically, when we do environmental assessments, we have this integrated information framework. So overseas, I think you have the assessments that's based on the different species, but in Korea, the natural map is a more integrated and more comprehensive map. And so rather than using it for scoring, we usually divide it into different grades and different levels. And so we have the higher grades and the grade 3 and grade 4, which are used for a variety of different environmental assessments. And then we have, regard to system service valuations, we have different assessments in the different regions. And so we are sharing that kind of information. And then recently, we have then BioTop, which is the urban biodiversity map, which is being created in various different provinces. In the province of Gyeonggi, in very widespread areas, drones are being used or aerial photos are being used in order to create that kind of map. So KEI has a role to play. Basically, we come up with a methodology to assess the biodiversity and to also be able to integrate them into the assessments. And so we research on that kind of methodology. And we, regarding the methodology, also connect that with the mainstreaming of the biodiversity and also come up with ways for the policymakers to reflect that. So we have the spatial information, and also we have international collaboration. And so the methodology for using the ecosystem services and also assessing the biodiversity are being researched in collaboration with overseas institutions. Thank you very much for your very succinct and clear answer. Next, I'd like to give the mic to Dr. Lee Sang-bum.
So Dr. Lee Sang-bum is serving as the head for the division for natural environment. And from the perspective of institutional environmental impact assessments and strategic environmental assessment, what are the methodological innovations KEI is applying to enhance the inclusion of ecosystem services and biodiversity values in infrastructure planning? Well, first of all, I want to talk about the role of KEI. KEI is different from other research institutions. KEI has a research activities, of course, research division, but as you can see today, KEI is also actively involved in international collaboration and also reviewing EIA as well. By EIA, I mean environmental impact assessment. So we review EIA and then provide the expert opinion to the Korean government. So that is the role of KEI. So we do research, but also we review EIA and provide opinion on that to the government. And we are also very active in international collaboration as well. For example, identifying biodiversity hotspots, for example. And so there's a lot of a high-level concept of biodiversity preservation we are talking about today. But I want to talk about some regional level effort because at the regional level, there is a conflicting interest between development side and the conservation side. So in this case, how are we going to ensure our national interest? So that is the area where I'm working on. So in that sense, KEI is a very unique institute. So KEI is responsible for international treaties, related matters, but also is responsible for some local matters as well, local in Korea. For example, researching local area in Korea and assessing environmental impact locally in Korea as well, and feeding that information to the policy making in the Korean government. So hotspot or wetland for these areas that need to be conserved. So how are we going to minimize the impact on these areas and conserve these areas? So that is also a focus area for KEI. So in terms of methodological aspects, currently we are much focused on well, there is a kind of traditional thought in Korean, feng shui. So we have a feng shui, for example. So there is a map for mountain ranges in Korea. So that map defines the role of the forest ecosystem. So we try to have a very modern interpretation of that. We try to get geospatial data using satellite images, and we want to see what is the ecosystem situation and where some development, for example, road or infrastructure project is going on that leads to ecosystem disruption, for example. So we are doing that kind of research activities as well as part of EIA and EIA review. So when we consider traditional values of a given country, we see there are certain important values that we need to consider. So this concept of feng shui that we are using to map out the ecosystem in mountain ranges, focusing on the forest, so that is a good example of using traditional values. We also use drone technology, so we use a lot of drone images for environmental impact assessment, for example, for infrastructure project, for example. So we use drones to capture images of the nature So we collect data like that, and then we analyze the data, and we try to use that for environmental impact assessment. So this is a kind of a cutting-edge research methodology that we are trying to use. And also lastly, I want to talk about economic value. Earlier, many people talked about economic value. At KEI, the land restoration there is a research team that looks at economic valuation of, for example, degraded land or land usage or specific land area. So that economic value of a specific land, that value also needs to be incorporated into environmental impact assessment. So that is already being done. So economic valuation of an ecosystem and environmental impact assessment, we want to link them together in the overall scheme of things. So with that, I'd like to conclude my remarks. So thank you very much. So now we had a full round of all comments from all panelists. So we have a few minutes left. So for that, we will have a further discussion. Earlier, I asked additional question to Professor Jonathan Davis. So I want to go back to you as well.
So you're talking about the ecosystem value, which are not properly recognized sufficiently enough. So that's quite clear. But then how are we going to quantify it? And how are we going to transition it towards the economic value? So that's one question. And then secondly, are the policymakers going to listen? If they're going to accept the propositions, that's fine. But if the policymakers don't listen or they're not really accommodative, then what are we going to do? And the third thing I'd like to ask is that there are many academic institutions that can provide a lot of information, but do you think the opportunities are sufficient enough?
Thank you. So a lot of questions. The first one in terms of valuing the services truly, so that's a major challenge. I think we're always going to undervalue nature. I think perhaps the most important thing is that we recognize the multifunctionality of biodiversity, that it's not just one ecosystem service, it's many ecosystem services. And biodiversity also provides insurance against an uncertain future. And if there's one thing we are certain about, it is that we're not certain about what the future is going to look like. And so if we want to ensure ourselves that there's going to be a continued provisioning of ecosystem services into the future, we need a wide portfolio in our stocks and shares, in our natural capital, and that represents a diversity of species and ecosystems. And so we should try to incorporate not just, this is even a harder challenge, not just the present day, the current value of ecosystem services, but also the future values they may provide for us. And so maybe this is more of a challenge for economists than biodiversity scientists. We can certainly link the relationship between diversity, whether it's number of genotypes or species, with the provisioning of a given service, and we see that relationship get stronger and stronger the more different services or functions we incorporate into that. And so for one service, whether it's just capturing carbon or whether it's pollination, often one or two species are sufficient to give you that service. But if you think of the multitude of services, we're filtering water, we're also capturing carbon, we're providing pest control, we're providing pollination services, you suddenly, it's always linear, the relationship between the provisioning of those services and the number of species you need to provide them. The more species you have, the more services you provide. Capturing the true value of that is a very hard task, which we've been trying to do for 20 years, and hopefully we're making progress. In terms of conveying that to policymakers, I was just thinking back to the previous panel, and I think somebody mentioned how we're exporting our environmental harms often. Our waste products goes from the country slightly to the north to the country slightly to the south, where maybe environmental laws are more relaxed. But I think we're also exporting some of the biodiversity benefits too, and so they are not experienced by the people living closest to those biodiverse regions. And if we made that connection clearer, we'd benefit the people who are best placed to preserve that biodiversity, and those are the people who vote. And I think that's one way we can support that connection between the benefits biodiversity provides to people and convince policymakers and governments to support that biodiversity if we make that link between the benefits and the local people clearer, rather than those benefits actually also being exported as we export the environmental harms. And I've completely forgotten your third question, but hopefully I've addressed the first couple.
So, okay, yes, thank you for your answer to the first and second. The third one was about the academic institutions. And so we produce data, we produce information. So are the opportunities enough for the academic institutions to be able to deliver the information that we have, like IPBES?
I mean, that's a good question, is how many more times do we need to get together and convince governments that biodiversity is in crisis? How much more information do we need? And this is a question I've asked myself, and we're obviously failing to convey that message to policymakers because they're not adopting, for the most part, sufficient policy to protect biodiversity. So where are we going wrong? Do we need more data? I think one question we haven't actually asked policymakers is, what would it take for you to change your mind? What information do you need from us that would convince you need to enact policy that's going to protect biodiversity? And I think there's a need for people to go out there and start asking those questions, because sometimes it feels to me that it doesn't matter what data we show, the facts aren't enough anymore. There are other agendas that are driving policy, and therefore, it doesn't matter how many times we meet and how much data we collect, it's not going to change that trajectory we're on. So let's find out, what will it take to change people's minds?
Okay, so next question is for Dr. Henry Roof.
Or to Professor Sandra Correa. So either of you can answer this question. So the question is, nature-based solutions require participatory legitimacy and scientific robustness. So in your research settings, what models of co-produced decision-making models, whether it is participatory modeling or living labs, have been proven effective in integrating local knowledge into spatial biodiversity planning? So either one of you could answer. So who would like to go first?
Yes, I couldn't hear very well because the little headphone was cracking, but I understood that how much can local knowledge contribute to the scientific overall narrative for changing and incorporating ecosystem services and so forth, right? Okay, so yeah, absolutely. I mean, in the research we do, local knowledge is absolutely central. We not only interrogate data, but we also ask people about their experiences on any topic, and we try to collect that data to then inform policy, as I previously said. To maybe illustrate this with an example, one very good example is the work we've been doing in northern Myanmar, in the mountains of Nagaland, where shifting cultivation is a common practice. And shifting cultivation is very, there are a lot of people who are very opinionated on both sides. Either shifting cultivation is a practice that fosters deforestation and land degradation. And however, increasingly, scientists have demonstrated that the traditional practice of shifting cultivation with lengthy fallow rotation periods of the forest is actually beneficial, supports biodiversity, gives sufficient times for the forest to regenerate, and supports communities with the production of food and all kinds of various services. So what we have to understand with environmental policy is that it's very easy to instrumentalize it. And politically, if you want to take control over a certain region, you can very easily use an environmental narrative to either evict, control, or put pressure on communities you, for some reason, dislike as a government. And this is then reinforcing the negative side in the shifting cultivation example I gave. So what we do is we use remote sensing, complex models to be able to identify those rotations through long period of time, over 30 or 40 years, to be able to see whether there is some degradation or not. And we have actually shown that in the area we worked, there was very, very little degradation, and mostly those rotational fallow periods were very beneficial for the regeneration, as I said. But this alone is insufficient, and we need the local knowledge of the Naga people, which we collect, and we do surveys, and we talk to those people. We actually also publish videos and all kinds of other communication material beyond just publishing scientific papers. And this allows us to create a story and build a message that we can then convey to policymakers.
It was a really great case. So thank you very much for sharing that with us. Professor Sandra, do you have anything to add?
Following on my previous example in the Amazon, we have been working with indigenous communities in the co-production, and we're actually involving them in collecting data. And this is, so I'm from Colombia originally, and Colombia has a really good program of technical training. So basically, very short programs that are intended for people with a high school degree. And in this case, we're involving indigenous that have these technical degrees in forestry or in environmental monitoring. So that has been a really important asset that we can use or employ better people that live actually in the indigenous villages, so they know the plants and animals in their forests, and then they are able to collect data. And then another quick example is we have a fisheries program in Cambodia, which is next door to you all. And there we're training the fishers to collect data on their harvest in a systematic way, so they can actually evaluate how fisheries are recovering after they implement fisheries management. And then we created a bilingual platform where the data is analyzed, so in very simple graphs that they can understand with very little literacy. And then that gives back to the local people the management of their resources. So basically what I'm trying to convey is that skills is one of the things that is critical at building up that co-production. So passing along skills. Thank you.
Okay. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. So it's now 5:40 and we have about 10 minutes left. So up until now, we have been discussing 3 large topics. So first of all, we talked about biodiversity and how are we going to turn that into policy. And if we don't turn it onto policy, just stops that being a rhetoric. The second thing is how we're going to integrate and reflect it as an institutionalized part of a country or a state. So because if it's not institutionalized, then it's not going to be implemented. Thirdly, we have the biodiversity knowledge, and how are we going to produce and create it? Because there is a need for it to be properly understood and also perhaps quantified. And so how is the knowledge going to be created? And so So yeah, that's also something that research institutions need to do. So I think there are three major topics that we discussed today. And yeah, we have everyone standing until very late in the afternoon. So if you have any questions about any of these topics, please just raise your hand. And if you are able to designate the person you want to ask the question to, please do so.
I guess our discussion was very well done and clear, so we don't have question. But again, if you have any question, please feel free to ask. And also, in the meantime, we have prepared some questions, and this question goes to all panelists. So anyone who would like to answer this question, please come forward. So we have a GEO6 report, and now we are waiting for the GEO7 report this year. And according to this, all systems need to be changed. So all system needs to transition. Food system, energy system, urban system, all need to transition. Because the climate crisis and ecosystem crisis, this is a really crisis for the whole humanity. So without these systemic changes, it's not easy to overcome them. But there are environmental assessment institutions, for example, KEI, CDE, UNEP also could be on environmental assessment institutions. So how can these institutions serve as knowledge brokers to translate systemic global messages into localized actionable guidance to bring about actual real changes? So if you can share your thoughts on this question, and anyone can answer the question. So maybe I can hear first from KEI. So Dr. Lee Sang-bom, maybe. So is KEI doing well in this regard? So I talked about the role of KEI, but international treaty and also system transition that we need to undertake. Well, to do that, there are some goals or targets per country at the national level. So to do that, a nation needs to understand its own situation and its own ecosystem characteristics. So we need to consider that. And so we need to look at the goals of the international treaty and the national goals and targets as well. So we also need some sort of a compromise process. And to reach the compromise, you need quality information. That information can be provided by KEI or other research institutions that you mentioned. So these research institutions need to really take the initiative to monitor the international trend. So for example, there's this international trend, and how are we going to apply that to our domestic situation? And for example, if we need to secure this much protected area, how are we going to incorporate that into our national development strategy, our land development plan, for example? So there are big elements that need to come together. They should not be separate elements. So there is a national level development plan and strategy and goals that need to be implemented at the local level within the country. And so all these things need to be supported by the research effort of research institutions. And also research institutions have the role to persuade policymakers based on research data. Maybe from Dr. Lee, yes?
So I'll just be very brief. So Dr. Lee talked about transition in the different systems. I think the awareness regarding biodiversity also has to change. It's very important. We have to conserve it. It has to be highly valued. And Professor Davis had said that people have emphasized these aspects for a long period of time. But then there has to be a paradigm shift on the part of those who need to accept those values and recognize it. So we can we tend to think of it as something that's very easy. We can value it at any time and then benefit from it any time, but that's not really the case. And so we believe, I believe that there has to be a really shift in the recognition and an awareness of, for example, the policymakers. And we have the information and the sharing of information on the higher level. But then there are the very lower level knowledge on the ground. And so we need that kind of system to become a little bit more vitalized, I think, for the knowledge actually to come from bottom up, from the ground. Any questions from the floor? If there are no questions, I would just like to say a couple of things in closing. So I'm an academic working in a university, and when we talk about climate change or environmental crisis, we tend to mention the IPCC, especially the IPCC report, 1.5 degrees, 2.0 degrees. And if you look at all the knowledge in the IPCC, actually nobody is able to accommodate the entire sphere of knowledge that is held by the IPCC. But then if you ask, is there a climate change or not? I'm just an expert in one area. It's not as if I know the content of entire IPCC report. The reason I'm saying this is because, we tend to answer, okay, look at the IPCC report and you'll see the answer there, and that's convincing enough. So that's what we call the science-based decision-making, and it's been considered to be convincing enough to be able to answer so simply. So when I talk to people in biodiversity, I say the same thing. So according to the IPCC report, it says 1.5 degrees to save the entire humanity, and they have come up with one single slogan that convinces everyone in the world. So I asked the people in the biodiversity, what's your slogan? So I'm not an ecologist. I have an engineering background. So I asked the people, can you come up with a very clear slogan that is convincing enough for everyone? So I have been asking this question to people working in that realm. So I think being the moderator today, there are some slogans that we can use, simple, convincing facts that we can use that allows us to overcome the biodiversity crisis along with the climate crisis. And so I'm quite hopeful that we will be able to come up with a more convincing story or discourse. Anyway, we have with us very important and prominent 5 experts who have been panelists on this session. So we have been talking about how we're going to institutionalize and turn into policy all this environmental knowledge that we have accumulated. And so I'd like to thank all of the 5 panelists for your contributions and your insight. And always in the conference, at the very end, you don't really have that many people remaining in the audience, but today we do still have many people in the audience, and we have interpreters, we have the MC, we have the staff who have been taking photographs and doing all the work. So with thanking them all, I'd like to close this session.
Professor Yoon and our distinguished panelists. Please remain on the stage for a moment for the group photo. 단체 사진 찍겠습니다. 저희 지금 샌드라 코리아 Dr. Sandra Korea. This concludes all sessions of this forum. Once again, I would like to thank each and every one of you for staying with us
예,
throughout
다시
the
한번
day.
감사.
Thank you. 긴 시간 함께 해주셔서 감사드립니다. 모두 조심히 돌아가시기 바랍니다. 이것으로 KEI 글로벌 포럼을 마치겠습니다. 감사합니다.